Oh, right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome back. Oh boy, here we go. Welcome back to Dark Souls 1. I forgot we left it off here, in the painted world of Ariamis. Or the painted world of Pain in the Ass, as I sometimes refer to it. Oh boy. Okay, 30,000 to a level. Proud Knight should get me there. Yep. Just so I don't lose access to it. Yeah. Okay, folks. Yeah, alright, let's do this. Ariamis, the Painted World, the hidden one of the secret areas of the game. Thankfully, normally you would be. If you came here before you had warp ability, you would be trapped in the painting. It's one of the reasons you come here early and you're punishing yourself for no real benefit. Yeah. Note how many souls I just got, and how hard I just got hit. Though you can come here much earlier, because it's fairly easy to get the doll, and it's fairly easy to get the doll. You're only punishing yourself by doing so, if I'm perfectly honest, folks. You're only making your life harder. Let's see. I think you can cut this rope. Yeah. You can either walk around to cut it later, or you just use a bow and cut it down. All it is some humanity, and it just saves me from coming back down here. But yeah, oy oy oy. Alright, the Painted World. On its own, it's not actually that bad. The enemies hit hard, but their attack patterns are fairly simple and nothing you haven't seen before. Literally, these are all reused enemies from earlier parts of the game, except for these guys. Yep. Yes, killing them in melee is dangerous because they unleash a toxic spray. A literally toxic spray. How many I got on me? Only 2. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright, Soul of a Proud Knight. Yeah. Trust me, folks, this area is going to get a lot worse than just having some bad status effect enemies. Nice and simple so far. Lots of hidden back ways, lots of different small areas you can miss. So be aware of that. Yeah. Alright. Be wary of enemies. What they're talking about are these things up here. Watch. You walk up here, go for the item. There they come. These bird creatures are actually surprisingly devastating. In addition, they have a grab attack that does a stupid amount of damage. Yeah. And they are constantly on the lookout for you. And this item, just some more humanities, but something we will take. Yeah. Yeah. That's a different sound. That's because these rats, they're white rats. Yeah, well, not much. I think they inflict toxic as well. So it's just a case of, yeah, enjoy that. But yeah, this is just another way up. That's where I came in, and that just leads us up here. So we are heading in the right direction, because this is where they came in for us. So we're heading right, just... And as you can see, archers trying to take advantage. In addition, some extras. Yeah. Yeah, if you can back off quickly enough, you can avoid the toxic spray. It's not easy, but it is entirely possible. In addition, again, remember I only spent a couple thousand souls on this. No, it's not even a couple thousand, it's like a couple hundred. And I've not paid anything for the bow, so as far as I'm concerned, that's just free damage output. That just makes my life easier. And no, it's not an invisible enemy, he's up above, and it's just the way the shadows are working. Alright. Yep. And got me again. I'm trying, but it ain't easy, I'll say that, folks. Oh, we can hear more of the rats. And again, another corpse to cut down. Yeah. Alright. There's a drop down over there with an item, but I don't necessarily want to go that way. In addition, that's a shortcut to get you down to the front gate entrance, if you can survive, which you probably won't, let me be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of drop downs here that they'll try and direct you towards. You're more likely than not going to not survive it, so... Fall damage is pretty severe in this game. Oh. Those unique bloated head hollows, though. It's kind of interesting that they are here and nowhere else. Isn't it? I mean, you'd expect them to be at least somewhere, anywhere else as well, but no. They are strictly a painting enemy. I'm not talking about that item. I hate that item. I hate everything about... I hate everything related to the fact that item exists. Sorry, folks. There is just one... There are some things that just... You get under your skin and you just... Ugh. You know what I mean? When a game just absolutely grosses you out and you really don't want to think about it. Yeah. Oh, there's the rats jumping after us. Yep. More of the rats. There we go. Mimic. Nope, not a mimic. Ah, the Painting Guardian set. Not the worst thing. And a small prison/garden area, I imagine. Or it was at some point before this place obviously fell to ruin. I mean, it's not like it was made this way as ruins, right? Obviously people had to live here, and that's where all the hollows came from, right? Would you believe me if I'm lying through my teeth? That this place was ruins from its conception? It's a kind of an interesting point, but this is a painted world, as they so gladly point out. Yeah. Yeah, terrifying. Alright. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I know there's a bonfire around here. You can get lost pretty easily out here. But what you want to do is come down this way, because going up would bring you into conflict with the birds. What you actually want to do is come down. And go through this door. This door will bring you first to face with something you probably saw but didn't know what it was. It's actually an amalgamation of just countless enemies. Alright. And let's see. Do you need a switch, or is it just... Yeah, you just open it. Okay. And with this, we have now saved ourselves so much headache because we can now reach from the initial bonfire to the front entrance, the front courtyard, which really does make things a lot easier. Now, for alteration number 2 on the theme of those hollows. Masses of flesh that have spears jutting out of them. They move slowly, but they move as a horde. Yeah, they hit pretty hard. All things considered, they do hit pretty hard. But their biggest strong point is just the number of these guys out here. That and the fact that they have shields. There we go. And more fools. Alright. Now, there are several ways to go. There's the way we came down, there's the way we came up, there's this field out here, there's another side area. There's actually so much to do here that it's actually refreshing. This side area was well thought out. And here, we see a field with more of these guys. So, lots of them on sticks and being impaled. course, also we can see several items out here. And boxes with chains on them. There's a lot here. Honestly, the Painted World is very much a seemingly mass of clustered ideas, just kind of thrown about. But these are obviously prisons, and the final fate of those prisoners. And out here we'll find more souls. And we get a good view that this castle is fairly remote, and there's no one and nothing out here but the residents. There is, however, if you come out here, a unique NPC invader. He's nothing too amazing, but it is one of those cases where if you really want to, yeah, you absolutely could. Pyromancy Acid Surge, which is one of the unique ones, honestly. Pyromancy foreign to the Great Swamp. Emit acid which corrodes weapons and armor. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spell is the work of one such outlander. You only get 2 uses of it, but it does attack their weapons and armor, which is pretty unique, meaning that it could give you an advantage over an opponent who's armed. So, more than likely it was pretty popular with those who had to deal with expensively armed knights and such. Wonder where it came from then. What kind of place would need to deal with expensive knights? Alright. So, another way we could go is up here on the wall. This wall actually mostly exists to give you an idea to check this. The well down there. We won't go down there just yet because I want to show off a little more backtracking. So the side area is just at that. This area has a locked door. It's also worth noting this statue of a mother and child. But and we'll see more of it, but that's the statue all these things were protecting first, was this statue, meaning it's extremely important to somebody or something at least. Let's see. But let's head back a bit. There were 2 more other ways we could go that I bypassed them. Well, actually there are several. And we just simply bypassed them because I knew that this could get you killed pretty easily. So we'll start by heading up and facing the birds. Yeah. Alright, so the lower path of the stairs leads you down to the front, but there is also an upper path that leads you in conflict with various of the bird creatures that protect it. They're fairly fast. Ow. Again, they hit pretty damn hard too. Alright. Luckily, it's fairly easy to have them fall off. So just take your time and be careful. And yes, they take falling damage despite being able to fly to some capacity. A red soapstone. They guarded a leave invasion size. Basically, it's an unlimited use cracked red eye orb. Be summoned to another world as a dark spirit and defeat the summoner to acquire humanity. Certain dark wraiths resist their descent into the dark and persevere along the honorable path. The red soapstone is for them. So it's asking for an honorable and noble duel against them. So, but it's still you're still pillaging and taking humanity, a act that is by and large considered reprehensible. Alright. So that's one way. Now. Alright, here we go. You might expect what's about to happen. So something just fell off. And yeah. Yep. That big ass. This thing just comes running down here at you. And yeah. Melee fighting this thing is a pain in the ass. Just to give you an idea, for a reminder, these are not painted. This is actually the decayed corpse of a dragon. Your best bet is to bait its attack to one side or the other. Yeah. Bait its attack and come back after it. But be careful, that breath is, if I'm not mistaken, toxic. Yeah. Alright, got to a good position here. Slash. Yep. That slash comes out faster than you think it does. So, yeah. Now that it's doing the breath, I can come around here. Got it. Alright. Alright. Another dragon scale, because that, again, that is a zombified corpse of a dragon. The Blood Shield. The Blood Shield spoken of in Lost Legends. The red of blood is slightly enchanted and boosts various resistances. Yeah, it gives you more bleed, poison, and curse resist, all three of which are fairly nice. It is 100% physical resistant, better than the grass shield, so why not? Get a little more poison and toxic resist, see if that doesn't help us out a bit. In addition, here, this is the, would you believe this is actually the back half of the dragon? And yeah, I thought that these were simply lesser dragons or like a special bit. No, that's actually just the back half of the dragon. But I don't remember it. I don't think it ever activates. I think it's just there to block off the bridge, because you can't really go that way. you need to get to a lower part of the bridge, and there's no way for you to do that while that's there. So yeah, it was mostly fighting the upper half that is such a pain in the neck. Okay. So we've gone there, we've gone here. And yeah. The crow dropped something. Souvenir of reprisal. Let's see. Blood-drained shrunken ear. Souvenir for taken for subduing the guilty. The knights called the Blades of Dark Moon punish the guilt-soaked offenders of the gods, and take this as proof of their conquest. The earless corpses of the guilty will be left behind as a warning to others, inspiring both fear and respect for the gods. Such is the eternal mandate of the Dark Sun. So yeah, Gwendolyn's mandate is, so Gwendolyn exists to punish the guilty. Well, there's another one that's been said to punish the guilty, the goddess of sin as well, Velka. And Gwendolyn is said to be fairly effeminate. Makes one wonder. Are they one and the same? Just two different deities of the same ideas, perhaps? Alright, I've been putting it off long enough. I said we were skipping over it for a bit. Mainly because I wanted to take care of that bit of business before we get into the place I hate the most. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the well. Hadn't loaded, that's cute. This is the worst area in the game. I've said this multiple times. This is one of the worst areas in the game because it involves the worst enemies. Yeah, the return of the wheel bastards. And they do more damage down here. So, put your light up, because you'll probably want to be able to see for this. Alright. 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 Here we go. This one leads us to one of the bloated heads, but it isn't attacking. Alright. That's because this one had a pyromancy, fire surge. Which is exactly what you think. So, remember that pyromancers are not exactly loved by many people. Pyromancy 4 into the Great Swamp creates a surge of flame from the palm to hand. Not all pyromancy, yada yada. So yeah, this is another one. You have 80 uses of it, so finally a reliable use, but it ticks 1 second and does moderate damage. Alright. And yes, now this is a lesson you have to learn, is that there's seemingly nothing until you hit the wall and reveal that there are in fact hidden walls all over this place. An annex key. Opens annex in the painted world. In the wintry painted world, there is a structure resembling an old cathedral. It serves as a type of storehouse. So, a storehouse for the valuables. And yes, this just leads you around. However, there's a third wall, and this is the one that leads you to the worst of it. Yeah. Be prepared walking into this room, because there's a lot of these guys in here. I can see like 2 there. Alright, let's do this. Yeah. There's a ton of these guys. Yeah. And like I said, they do more damage down here than they do in the catacombs, so what was already annoying is now just frigging frustrating. And yes, there's a switch there we could hit, but not quite yet. I want to confirm and clear this area out. So I can see another one of you over there. I want to make sure. But they are a decent payout, and with so many of them, there's a good amount to get. More Proud Knight Souls. And because of our own plotting footsteps, it's hard to tell where they're coming from. So that's a way up. Is that all of them? I think so. Okay. So, we can hit this, and we see that this switch actually moves that statue that was being guarded. The statue of the daughter and mother. And it opens us a path. But we're not quite done down here. There's this ladder. And if I'm not mistaken, it leads to... yeah, a back way. Yeah. Alright. Because this is the side passage back to the main hall, just to give you guys an idea of where this leads us. So yes, there were 2 ways down there. If you take this way in, though, I will warn you that more likely than not, all of those wheel skeletons will hit you all at once. So take the lower way. Alright, this item. More guys just hanging off the side, hoping to ambush you. Soul of a Proud Knight. Yep. And this would be how you knock down that corpse I shot down earlier. Nothing major, just it's another way to accomplish the same thing. And yeah, we can drop down. And now we can either head straight, but they said the annex had a storehouse, and we saw the locked door earlier, so maybe something useful stored there. I mean, we did get a couple of pyromancies, but they're pyromancies of people who have been who are foreign to the land, so who are outsiders, and not exactly welcomed. Yeah. You can hear that cooing. Yeah, that cooing is because there are several of the bird folk who are looking to ambush us. And for now... and that explains the difference between... Yep. Yep. There you go. And that explains quite a bit for us about those weird-headed ones, is they're pyromancers. More specifically, they're the pyromancers that have been captured and the mask, okay, of the Velka worshipper set. And this one's calling all its friends. Because the vow of silence, it screams to summon, but we've already taken care of many of its allies, so anyway, yeah, so that's what was over here in the storage yard, is basically the vow of silence, as well as, I think that's about it. I was gonna say, I know there's some more over there. Alright, I know there's another path over here. Yeah, more crows, which means there's gonna be some more. Velka's rapier, okay. Right, because the crow people are actually worshippers of this goddess of sin, unsurprisingly, because the goddess of sin symbol is a crow, basically. And the alright. You know what? Divine blessing. Screw this noise. I'm like, I could, but yeah. And still got toxic. Alright, screw it. Oh well. Only get toxic once, so screw it. And the Dark Ember. This is what was actually stored back here, which is a ember that effectively gives you bonus damage against holy targets, if I remember correctly. This and the worship of Velka were ancient and banned and considered and, you know, objected to by the Age of the Gods, the Gwyn. So, yeah, they got sealed inside the painting along with everything else, every dirty little secret that they didn't want people to know about. Go figure. And will we make it? Made it. Level up. Alright. So, got at least that. So from here, just thinking for future reference of what souls. But yeah. Well, let's take a look at the Velka set, actually. Mask of Velka. Mask worn by partners serving Velka, the goddess of sin. The partners listen to the confessions of the sinners, urging reflection and salvation. Their masks symbolize separation from worldly desires. The Black Cleric Robe. Robe worn by partners. The partners' attire is uniformly black in color and said to be imbued with Velka's mystical power, which provides resistance to all manners of magic. Well, it is a fairly high magic defense, all things considered. Black manchettes. And black tights. Yeah, decent magic, slightly higher magic defense, and pretty decent physical, especially for the weight. Then you figure Velka's, where is it? Ricard, or Velka's rapier. Ooh, it actually is based on, okay. So we could actually get some decent use out of it. Yeah. The partner. Yeah, we could get some decent work out of that, honestly. Let's see how... Yeah! That's not horrible. Considering I'm not trying, I'm just seeing how much damage I take on it. Not bad. Especially because it's light enough, actually. Yeah, I'm wearing... Okay, and I'm wearing the Ring of Physical, not even the... Okay. That's not bad. If I put Hubble's Ring on, I'm fast rolling. I do like the look of it. I may be boring and just go with this. Yeah. And you don't have to fight these guys. What I will do is come through here and show you all what happened down here. The gate opened, and we hadn't had a chance to come through, so down here yep, some archers. Nothing too major there. Though, yeah, ambushes. Yep. Not too bad. But yeah, plenty of ambushes from behind you. Oh. Alright. There we go. Nothing too major, but... Hey, one of these big steel knights. Haven't seen one of you guys in a while. Sucks to be you. Oh, buddy. I am sorry. That was the wrong decision. Hey, a large Titanite shard. Oh, nice. But yeah, this bridge has crumbled. By the way, that back half of the dragon is somewhere up there. Anyway, up here, need tail, try tail. Everyone warning you, there's a tail cut for this boss. So, let's see who the boss of this rough area, the painted world of Ariamis, is. Oh my. But she's not attacking.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not.
Oh?
If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not. Thou must this land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Thou must this land is, I beg.
So, this is a character who, unless you fight her, you'd never learn her name. What's interesting about her is she's not being insincere. She just wants you to leave. And you can do just that. We weren't trapped here because I waited to get the soul vessel to come here, but if you don't have that ability to warp, you are trapped here. And under most circumstances, it would be considered the only way out is to either defeat her and do this, or just come here. Walk to the back of it. And away we go. And we got a homeward bone. So yeah, and you can return to there when you want. So, yeah, you can always return. But let's talk about what we just saw and what we went through. Let's talk about what we just went through, because there's a couple things about the character we just bypassed, and that kind of typify what this world actually is. Right. Okay, I had to look up her name specifically because it was escaping me. Priscilla. Crossbreed Priscilla is her title, officially in the fight. And the reason these painting guardians are here is because effectively the painting is a prison for everything Gwyn didn't want people to know about. Which is why these guys are here. Yeah. Okay, I had to look to see what the popular theories were. Because Crossbreed Priscilla, as you could tell, is fairly furry, but she has a definite draconic feel to her. And the truth is, she is definitely draconic on some level. Though her exact parentage, if I had to guess, has more to do with not the character a lot of people attribute her to Guinevere, due to her rather, let's call it lush form, her physique rather. Though if I personally had to weigh in, there's someone else who fits the bill for her parentage a lot more. It's actually an old one that I disagree with Body Video with. Yeah, if you reach all the way back to the beginning of the famed Body Video of Dark Souls lore fame, I would actually... He says that her parents are Seath the Scaleless and Lady Guinevere, which is the popular theory. I'm a bit of a crackpot, so I don't accept that. My theory is that one of the people we'd have to go down here to meet with one of the parents. Here? No, we were just here. No, we need to go further south. Or at least further down. Because underneath the cathedral, underneath Anne Orlando, and yes, the cathedral is there. This is another secret chamber. One that we've been here before, and only had a statue of Gwyn. What I didn't show at the time, what I wanted to leave you in a bit suspense about, you need a ring. This is actually a very specific thing you need. You have to find it down in the catacombs. but you need the Dark Moon Seance Ring, the Dark Moon Gwendolyn. So this is the ring that enables you to meet Gwendolyn to some capacity.
Halt! This is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by the feet of men. If thou art a true disciple of the Dark Sun, cast aside thine ire. Hear the voice of mine self, Gwendolyn, and kneel before me.
Note that Gwendolyn refers to themselves. Hey, survivor. And we kneel.
O disciple of the Dark Sun, thou hast journeyed far. Hear my voice. If thou shalt swear by the covenant to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and Sister Guinevere, a blade that shall hunt the foes of our lords, then I shall protect thee, safeguarding thy person with the power of the Dark Moon.
Alright. There it is, the Blue Eye Orb and the Dark Moon Blade Covenant Ring.
Very well. Now thou art a blade of the Dark Moon, hunteth the enemies of the lords by the power of the Dark Sun.
Yep, and this is where you offer what we found on the crows, which are souvenirs of reprisal, to get various bonuses in advance throughout the Covenant.
Welcome back, Blade of the Dark Moon. If mine...
So if we offer one, we only have the one, of course. So yeah, these are one of the PvP items you can get from hunting the regular enemies. Yep. And note, there's a fog gate. You can go face Gwendolyn in combat. If you think you have the chance of fighting a god and winning. Before we do, though, there's one other person here who... So, here's the interesting bit to me. There are very few people in Anne Orlando. And yet I have so much farther to go. Survivor, I have so much farther to go. There are very few people left here in Anne Orlando. There's now Gwendolyn, Guinevere, Priscilla in the painting, and there's one other. A firekeeper, or at least that's what she would tell us she is, because she spends all her time by the fire. The only bonfire in Anne Orlando specifically, meaning that she gets to see and keep track on everyone who comes and goes. Almost as if she's watching out for potential threats. And I'm curious if she makes any comment now that we are, as you might expect, she's a Blade of Dark Moon. And see if she has anything to say.
Oh, you are one of us. That is a surprise. But a pleasant one. We are both Blades of the Dark Moon now. I shall look forward to fighting alongside you.
Yeah, she's here to protect Gwendolyn.
Go ahead. Even an undead requires.
And yeah, she can still reinforce your Estus
If you
Flex.
require rep, that is.
Now, something nobody really ever brought up that I would like to point out. Why are bonfires bonfires? We call them that, and that's what their names are. But why did the power have to take the shape of a bonfire? Surely there are other ways they could have created a checkpoint. but it's a coiled sword buried in a pile of bones, and it had to be called a bonfire to bring about, to identify a mark. Well, what's the only time someone needs a bonfire? At night. Well, that's kind of the interesting thing, isn't it? The only person here, the only god left that would require you to have a bonfire would be Gwendolyn. In other words, this entire network of bonfires and souls is all set up by Gwendolyn. Dark Moon Covenant. Ring granted by those bound by the Dark Moon Blade Covenant. Answered Dark Son Gwendolyn's summoning. Gwendolyn, all too aware of his repulsive, frail appearance, created the illusion of a sister Guinevere, who helps him guard over Anor Londo. An unmasking of these deities would be tantamount to blasphemy. So yes, everything we're seeing here in this Anor Londo is fake. Just about everything about it. The Silver Knights, these great statues, just about everything here is an artificial creation of Gwendolyn. And we can unmask it, but we will do so at a later time. For now, let me take a look. What does it require? Real quick. No. Nope, and that's one of your biggest hints, actually. That and the fact that no enemy in Anor Londo drops humanity. That is one of your biggest hints. You could sit here and grind all you want. That number on the top left corner will never go up. There is no human beings left in Anor Londo. This is what, and finding out by finding Gwendolyn is one of two ways to reveal this. Naturally, I found the other way first because something felt off when I played this game originally. Alright, so let's do Ulaseel's Sanctuary. But yeah, there are no humans left. Oh no, wait, I know where I wanted to go, sorry to keep doing this, I kind of got distracted about that. Undead Parish, because I want to see what we need to upgrade this armor. Alright. Plus, we can also give Andre here another...
Show me that ember of your... Well, I've never heard of a black ember. I find it. Yes, this ember. I sense...
So, he now allows us to make occult weapons which do more damage to certain types of enemies. Alright, so reinforced armor, let's see. Silver Knights is twinkling. Same with, Velka. Well, so we could master the Elite Knight, which actually at 94, let's see. Yeah, might as well. Alright. Leggings. I need some more shards, so... Yeah, 10 more. Alright. that should be... Okay. Oh. Armor, yep. Okay, so now we need large Titanite shards for the rest.
Don't get yourself neither.
Alright. So, we can start putting the elite set back on. Yeah. Because this is by and large considered the classic look for the main protagonist of Dark Souls 1. No. Well, Gwyn didn't really have a choice. It's not that Gwyn abandoned Anor Londo. I suppose... But to explain what happened to Anor Londo, we need to go somewhere far in the past. So let's do just that. Let's head far into the past. A time when you get a view of how things got to this point. Alright. This is Ulasil Sanctuary. We would come to later know this area as Darkroot Garden. This is hundreds, if not 1,000 or more years in the past. This garden also was created and considered sacred by the Ulasil sacred royal family. And it became tradition to have these stone gargoyles, or stone soldiers, protect this area, in addition to the living caretakers of living plants, who trimmed and kept the plants properly growing. Yep. Well, we were pulled 1,000 years back by a force when we found this item called a broken amulet. We found it among the research materials of Seath the Scaleless up in his manor. Half-broken stone pendant of the vine appears to originate from Ulasil. A powerful magic can be sensed from this ancient stone, yet men of this time can neither manipulate nor sense its power, which has a distinct air consisting of both reverence and nostalgia. So, we were pulled this way and drawn here 1,000 years before. The exact time doesn't matter too much. What does, in fact, matter, though, is you see this place is lush. An abundance of life here. Something came when something was unleashed. And we're not the only one pulled back in this time.
Oh, think of anything. Oh.
This gentleman, who
So long.
has a very, very unique look, is Chester. He also got pulled out of his time period and drawn to here. A giant fist pulled us out. And there's a legend back in our original time that the only way to cross the abyss that protects the darkest places is the legend of Artorius the Abyss Walker, the only knight of Gwyn Maybe. If nothing else, he represents the various earliest influences that would become Bloodborne, yes. But anyway, the earliest forms and the challenges of 1,000 years ago that might have driven Gwyn into the situation he would find himself. Because if we come over here, well, quick, and grab this item because forgot about this. But look here, there's this dark crud everywhere, and the guards are all facing that way. This is because what they're looking at and looking for are things crawling out of the abyss that is quite literally eating away at this world. A darkness that had been quite literally eroding the entire world slowly but surely. And try as you might to strike it, it comes back. Try as you might to push it away, it slowly eats away at everything you put. Walls, monsters, magic, it didn't matter. It slowly just crept up and kept devouring everything. And so Gwyn would dispatch one of his most loyal and powerful agents to try and bring an end to the darkness. Well, unfortunately, when you're a pure and noble sort, the darkness has ways of making life unfortunate for you. And eats away at you. Yep. Oh, rolled wrong. This is what's left of Artorias. The Abyss Walker. Yeah. Powerful doesn't begin to describe him. With one broken arm, more specifically his shield arm, note. Yeah, a simple thrust becomes a devastating blow. And here he summons the power of darkness to further enhance his attacks. He's been consumed. He doesn't fear the darkness anymore. Alright. Yep. Notice how much easier time I have with so many other enemies. With Artorias, he knows what he's doing. Even half mad. He's potent. Oop. Drank at the wrong time. But yeah. He's been fighting. But yeah. He's been fighting for so long. And what he's killing out there is specifically every infected dark elf. Alright. He's fighting still. His orders are absolute. Destroy anything of the darkness and abyss to prevent it from reaching Anne Orlando. And that's what he's doing. But the darkness has basically consumed his will and turned it against it. so that now he's attacking anything that crosses his path. An unfortunate situation, wouldn't you say? And in this case, by and large, doesn't get me quite. I think we'll just stick to two-handed. Yeah. Because as you've seen, blocking against Artorias isn't worth much. It's all about reaction time and pacing yourself, so finding your gaps and going for it. Alright. So we'll make sure we enter with full. Alright, Artorias. Going for the plunge. Alright. Yeah, my suggestion... Yeah. My best suggestion is generally roll right, as you might expect from the broken arm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Alright. It isn't a guarantee of safety, but at least it's a better chance. Alright. Alright, now he's sucking, heading up to phase 2. I do love this fight. Like, it is hard to be mad at this fight for being as good as it is. Alright. Yep. Like, just the feeling of knowing you're against the man himself. Alright. Three is usually his maximum. There we go. Yep, and that tracks better than you expected to. I love the music. 2, 3. Nope. Yeah. That you have to wait till it's about halfway through his swing to dodge. Oh man, that should have been death. 1, 2. Oh, only went for 2. Alright. The worst thing you can do against Artorias is backstep, believe it or not. He loves for you to backstep from him. Alright. Now this is a point where he's going to basically be able to one-shot. So, here we go. Huh. Alright. Yeah, that doesn't matter. 1. Really, only 1. Got him. Got him! The soul of Artorias. Whew. Legend felled indeed. Soul of Lord Gwyn's knight, Artorias, who was consumed by the abyss. The legend that Artorias repelled the abyss only told half the story. It seems that he was defeated and his honor preserved by some unsung hero, who was the true victor over the abyss. Just to bloat your ego just a little bit. Yeah. To what lays beyond. But before we head out, let's take a look. Because this Colosseum here, this was actually a place of worship, I believe, for the Ulasil mages. Probably a place to try out their magics in peace. Though it'd been corrupted. And here you meet no one. The door is locked. We'll need a key. But you can hear someone going to work with something. Sounds like a whetstone almost. We'll have to wait and see who's there. Another soul of a hero. Probably one of the attendants that followed Artorias into the abyss. But as you can see, even in the battlefield, the sludge and slime that he brought, that dragged with him as he tried to return. It's very likely that's as far as he ever got to going back home. And here we find yet another bonfire. Yeah. Alright. So, this is Be Wary of Right. Yeah. Let's see what Artorias faced down here. Though it's worth noting, take a look at the way this place is built. It's a city that's descending down into the mountain. The Ulasil Township. A noisy place, to say the least. And here we see the broken and twisted remnants of those who lived here. Screaming and mad, and just plain taken by madness. The knights who came with Artorias to fend off the darkness came against these creatures. They probably didn't think much of them. And remember that I'm using a Black Knight sword, so it's clear that the soldiers that came along with Artorias would have had very little trouble with these guys. After all, they're not that strong. I mean, they're disconcerting, indefinitely, and they seem mad and prone to anger. But they're not the worst thing we face. If anything, they're fairly benign. Screams in the distance. Wails in the dark. And here we find caster even. Giggling mad, giggling and laughing at the pain it's inflicting. A shaman or a wise woman of some kind, perhaps? And you saw that even blocking it, he took damage. And not an insignificant amount of it. And what are these heads? What is wrong with their heads? Well, all we can do is push onwards, just as the knights before us did. Perhaps we'll discover something else. Something they missed, perhaps? Their deformed bodies speak of something truly horrific. Let there be light? Oh. Well. Let there be light. Oh. I just remembered. Well, it is a Ulasil spell. And we have enough to be able to cast it, so... let there be light. Yeah. A specialty of the location. The silver pendant. Silver pendant deflects the dark. Silver pendant engraved with the crest of Artorias, one of the ancient treasures of Anor Londo, presented to Artorias for facing the abyss. Effectively deflects the dark of the abyss, especially in its magic form. What's it doing here, though? Why is it... Well, the answer would be relatively simple. The darkness managed to separate it from him. Whether specifically or in general, perhaps one of his allies was controlled and gotten to betray him. It wouldn't be unheard of. Wow. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna run up here real quick to heal up. Yeah. Okay. Oh, poisoned. Okay, so maybe I can draw her here. Perfect, now we can deal with this. And actually, as far as what's their heads, oh, got me. I kept swinging way too early. That's on me. I kept messing up my spacing. But yeah. So, the fall of Artorias was because he had lost his protection against the dark. Or at the very least, he didn't have it with him. These guys do hurt, like, I'm brushing it off, but these guys do actually hurt pretty bad. But yeah. 1,000 years or so in the past, before the fall of everything else we know, Gwyn dispatched Artorias, and despite what they may want to say, Artorias failed. The darkness came. Yeah. And the darkness spread. This would be the same kind of darkness that would later spawn the Dark Wraiths, who would have to be sealed in New Londo by process of flooding the entire village. And yeah. Oh, like this doesn't scream mimic. Yep. Yeah. Another creature of the darkness, supposedly. Mimics are the very good carving. Alright. And yeah, heading straight through, you would miss quite a few things. And here we can see, yeah, that the shots of the shaman versions are actually alright. Alright. Well, as you see, the decay and the destruction, the eroding away of the city as it's sinking into this darkness, it gets worse the deeper you go. You also see that these many-eyed heads start to glow brighter the darker it gets. They're adapted for living down here. So, at least it explains why they're here. This is their natural terrain. Rubbish. A trap. But not especially noteworthy one. We've fallen for more devious and survived. The laughter of misery and madness, prevalent in every corner. Yeah. And actually, of all things, do I have any skulls? No, I do not. Oh, okay. I was hoping I had some skulls left to entice the enemies to attacking. But Yeah. It has a ledge, so... Yep. Hit the fireball, hit the wall. There we go. There we go. And now, we can head for more of these. Because, yeah, they've got a fireball chucker up there. Yep. Well, let's head up this way to where that cackling one is. Maybe we can silence it, if nothing else. Nope, not yet. But this is bringing us back up. And a better view of... That one seems overjoyed at something. And this is just another way back. No, there is a chest over there. Oh, looks like that piece of wood in the... Nope. Failed. Yeah, luckily, didn't take much in the way of fall damage, so it's not that hard to get back up. Ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. Alright, let's go get the laugh. Let's go get the laughing one. Silencing him, finally. Mimic. Thought so. Yeah. The crest key. Bent crest key. The grooves of the crest are enchanted, the door sealed with a powerful spell. Where did we see a locked door recently? Alright. So there's a ladder down. This could drop you back out a ways. In addition, there's down here, which just drops you back where you started. So if you really want to go after this chest, because yeah, as far as I remember, you basically have to go here, along here, and not a mimic. Okay, it was just red titanite. But it does lead you back to this room. Don't believe there's anything here. Just making sure. Ah. Another shortcut. Okay. Yeah. After all, light is an Ulyssio specialty. It makes sense that it's would lead you to some prizes. Do I really want to spend the time? Yeah, might as well. Might as well get the bow out. There we go. Yeah. Because if you can get it right, you can stun lock her. Because you're... Nope. I was gonna say. Because you do shoot faster, technically, than she shoots, so... Yep. Though, I think... Yeah, just the fact we have the better range helps. Alright. And we're good. Dark Fog. The spell they've been casting at us. What am I thinking of? Abyss sorcery discovered by an Ulysseal sorcerer on the brink of madness creates a cloud of dark fog. Although dark fog is, in theory, relatively close to humanity, it also happens to be a terrible poison for humans. Perhaps it reflects man's cruelty against his own. Yeah, so it requires 18 intelligence, and it is a sorcery. But it was discovered by a sorcerer on the brink of madness. Well, you'd have to be mad to tamper with these kind of powers. Though it is clear Ulysseal was a society that prided itself on its magical research. I mean, take a look at these elevators. With the simple press of a step on a button, you get to come all the way down and back up. And they're smooth rides, unlike the chain versions that we're accustomed to around Anne Orlando's development. And let's see. Let's take a rest. And interestingly enough, if you come here, after your fight, there's someone else here.
You, is that not the soul of the man who fell on this spot? He was a dear friend. I wish to pay proper respect with that soul. Would you be willing to part with it?
This is another one of Gwyn's vaunted knights. And there is the tail, or the hair, that stuck out of Artorias' helm. They've made a grave, simple as it may be, with the image of a plant. We could be greedy and use it for power, but to give closure to a mourning soul, well, I can think of no higher calling and no greater peace that it could bring him. Maybe even removing that darkness of the abyss from him.
Thank you. You are very kind. Please take this. I no longer need it.
The dark and gold tracer.
May the Lord guide thee. May the Lord...
These weapons. A pair of daggers. The dark silver tracer. A dark silver dagger used by the Lord Blade Ciaran of the Gwyn's Four Knights. The victim is first distracted by the dazzling streaks of gold tracer, then stung by the vicious poison of this dagger. So it's an extreme dexterity weapon. It is easily one of the highest dexterity requirements, but it is also one of the most potent ones. This is one of your high dex weapons, meant to be wielded. Yeah, so that's the dark silver. Gold Tracer. Curved sword used by the Lord's Blade, Ciaran, one of the Gwyn's four knights. Ciaran brandishes her sword in a mesmerizing dance, etching the darkness with dire streaks of gold. Both of them are extremely high dexterity weapons. This bleeds them, and the other does, other poisons. So this is Ciaran. One who was probably in love with Artorias. And we brought an end to that union. If you're curious about this, the Battle of Stoicism Crucible. Essentially, this is a PvP arena. Dual Legends, 2-2, 4-man battles, 6-man battles, yeah. And the Coward's Purple Crystal is basically when you bail from a fight. Yeah, Purple Coward, exit Battle of Stoicism, yeah. So that's just a PvP arena. Not something I'm going to be touching. Sorry folks, I'm not interested. I play the Souls games for the story and the experiences. And let's see if that key works. Indeed it does. So, hello.
A visitor, have we? Thou must be the one who freed Artorias. An old friend he was. Thanks to thee, he left this world with honor intact. And here I am, retired and blind. Of little help to thee, I'm afraid.
He says that, but, So, he sells little carvings. Head carved by the head carved of arch trees by Go in his imprisonment. Go imparts an emotion to each and every completed carving, which helps him achieve personal enlightenment. When the head is disturbed, it speaks, reflecting the emotion conferred to it. This head says thank you. Have another look, is it not the face of gratitude? He also sells, Titanite shards, large Titanite shards, and green Titanite shards, for a decent price. As well as you might expect, his great arrows at $6.50 a pop. So make sure those shots count. I can afford 5, might as well. And let's talk to him.
If thou seekest to explore this domain, be wary of a black dragon.
Who we've seen.
I fear thee no match for this terrible beast. There's very little to be said. What good is a dog with no hairs to hunt? But I'm lucky to be alive, I suppose. What good is... But I'm lucky. Farewell, lead thy life.
So, another fact that gets overlooked is that Gwyn didn't send one of his 4 best knights. He sent 3 of his best knights. Hawkeye Gull, Ciaran, and Artorias. All 3 of them came to this place, came to Ulasil. That is a very different perspective on this. Gwyn dispatched 3 of his most potent and most powerful agents to try and solve this issue in Ulasil. But what could possibly be so dangerous here that it would require so much power and skill? Hawkeye Go, who is known to fell dragons in a single bow shot. Sieran, the assassin, the delicate dancer who cut through enemies. Artorias, the abyss walker, capable of facing down the darkness. What was so devastating here? And what was so powerful that it led to their ends? Well, the simple truth is, what happened here would shape the rest of the future of the events we would see. Because down here, the power of the dark ran rampant. This is the darkness that he faced. Yep. Yep. Of course. And that's why I bought a bunch, because I knew that was going to happen at least once. Alright. It happens at least once to me. So... Titanite shards, yeah. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I usually screw this up at least once coming down here. It's not that it's particularly hard, it just always seems to hit me at just the right angle. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And that would be Dark Fog. Yeah. Alright, there we go. And here, in the depths, more of the caster, the shadows of the Ulasil. An abomination. Ow. Yeah. This thing is not actually... Yeah. This thing is not actually that dangerous, but it is just rough enough to beat. And bear in mind, just about every melee weapon is going to bounce off it. This is a case where the enemy itself is not actually that bad. Yeah. You just have to avoid. Yeah. There we go. Alright, and I believe that's a one-time enemy. here, for the first time, we can call an elevator without having to reach the bottom first. Of course, it doesn't come without a cost. And we descend even further into the abyss. Into a place I find very poignant and very pointed about where we are. First, note that what we just passed through. Oi. The bass reverb. Let's start with what we just passed through. Prisons broken out of from inside. So this is below Ulyssil Township. So effectively this is what we're seeing below Ulyssil is where they were. This was their prison, where they got rid of those who were undesirable. And we also find the Chasm of the Abyss. Yeah. And down here, more. Yeah. Here it comes. Yep, and dead. Yeah, it's hard to see which ones are... It's a little hard to tell which ones are the melee and which ones are the range guys, so... Be prepared to start getting used to this. That and be complete... Though it's been silent by and large in this area. It's a different kind of oppressive quiet down here. There was the cackling noise of all these soldiers, or of all these transformed citizens we ran into before. Nice. Twinkling Titanite, always welcome. Alright. So it's, I think from the spacing I'm looking at, from the way the eyes are, it's one caster in the back and 3 melee guys. So what we'll want to do... Yeah. Okay, got her. Oh, come on, move, 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 move. Just need to heal, just need to heal. Just need enough spacing to get away from the heal. Ah! I hit circle a little, just a half second too late. Oh well. Like, I don't need to keep going for the item, but just some part of me is kind of like, out of pride at this point. I'll keep that. Actually, what am I doing? We have the silver pendant, don't we? Yeah. Why am I letting myself do this the hard way? Doing this the hard way. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Dark Bead. Abyss sorcery discovered by Imbecile Sorcerer. Fires successive fire orbs. In contrast to standard soul sorceries, the Abyss sorceries are weighty and inflict physical damage. Perhaps a human soul is closer to in the matter. Okay. Now, and we're getting to where this area is going to start showing its real danger. And it's just a little further ahead. I know there are hidden walls down here. I'm trying to remember where, though. And it begins. Alright, folks, say hello to the most dangerous enemies in this area. And one of the classic usages is one of the usage of the worst, most dangerous type of enemy. Contact damage. Old as video games come, contact damage was how you always got hurt. Something walked into you, you died. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what these enemies do. They have no actual attack animation. They just walk into you and you die. Which, in a game where you have to attack to do damage, this sucks. Yep. Yep. Also, yes, they are just giant humanity sprites. The game itself does ask, well then, what's the difference between the humanity in us and these sprites we call humanity? Got an answer? Any ideas? Anyone? Yep. And that sucks. Oh! Fake floor. Whoops. I was just looking to dodge. Oh. A cat? Alright, another cat. Or same cat. Yeah, it's probably the same cat. Well. Hey, kitty. Well, you two want to come fit? But yeah. These forms of humanity. A hidden path. Oh. There's some light in the back. Okay. Just kind of float around. Oh, whatever is... Something's holding them back. A wolf with a sword in its mouth? A wolf. You're safe now. You're all safe. The Cleansing Great Shield. The steel great shield used by Knight Artorias, who succumbed to the Abyss. Artorias, deeply scarred by the Abyss, used this to form a barrier to protect his compatriot Sif. Although this drained the shield, its magic defense remains high. He's not kidding. That is heavy, and it is useful. And it is very much. Yeah. Note though, it only has a physical defense of 80%. Artorias was more focused on non-physical threats. So obviously finding something like this where humanity sprites were breaking through, well, this would be ideal for him. And this brings us all the way back here. To the Royal Wood. So yeah, this is another shortcut we can take. And with only one Estus flask on us, I think we'll take advantage. But yeah, folks, this is the major threat. A darkness decaying and eating away at this entire area. The whining we're hearing is the natural spirits resisting but slowly being chewed up by the abyss. And the darkness erupted from under Ulasil. But it also adds a bit of a different perspective on the Ulasil Sanctuary. Because when we get back there, take another look at the figures around it. These are not just faceless figures. The Ulasil Sanctuary is a depiction of those humanity sprites facing a central location. A wordless history. A sanctuary. This is what we will never forget. This is who we are, who we were. Man restored and kindled. Oh no, 20 is the one. Okay. Alright, 33,000. Okay. And we can start using up some of this stuff. So that was 30,000 on its own. Sweet. That's 2 levels worth. Use item. Should be 4. Yep. Nice. Okay. I forget, the strength to use the cleansing great shield was what? 30 something? Yeah, 31. Okay. I mean, it would drop our weight quite a bit. It would increase our weight a bit, but not the worst. So then... Silver pendant deflects dark. We'll need it. Okay. So now if I'm just trying to remember... Alright. So let's head down into the chasm of the abyss. This abyss was the actual biggest danger, so much so. Again, Gwyn dispatched 3 of his most powerful soldiers, leaving behind only Ornstein. Which is why Ornstein had to work with Smaug as a knight remaining. Except, in truth, Ornstein was left behind. We won't discover his fate until Dark Souls 3. But the truth is, like I said before, everything in Anor Londo is a lie. Or at least they're shadows of the truth, one could say. Alright, and we now have access to Chasm of the Abyss. Alright. As you might expect, the only item these big sprites drop is in fact humanity. And these markers are basically here to help you find your way through. Yep. As you find your way safely down. Or at least that's the hope. Yeah. So, I'll ask again, what is the difference between humanity and these humanity? This actually ties back to my whole thing of Elden Ring being the first game. In the series being the origin. Because down here in the Abyss, there's definitely a way forward. It's just I don't know if it's here or maybe I need to go somewhere else. Yeah, I must need to take a different way. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of dead ends in the Abyss. So you can imagine what it was like for Artorias and Sierran trying to navigate this. They would have had to leave Go behind. It's a little too... It might be a bit much trying to navigate this with such a big guy. Oh. And it looks like there's a way down over here. Like a pillar collapsed. Or something, yeah. Looks like a pillar collapsed. Back. Ah. Twin humanities. Well, if you need it, this is the place to come for it. Titanite slab. So a way to bring holy damage. And a way down, but let's check before we drop anywhere. After all, there's plenty of other ways to go. Nice. Alright. And over here. More of the sprites. Of course, more humanity. And the soul of a hero. Had to be a hero to make it the whole way down here. Well, still. There's something here. Let's go. In the darkness. In the heart of the abyss. We're yanked yet again. Ladies and gentlemen. Below. Corrupted by the power of the darkness. Manus, father of the abyss. Huge creature. Powerful. Here's a bit of a unique thing. Well, there's a sign inside the boss fight. And if I can find it, there it is. Okay. So, Phantom. Remember that wolf we found? Phantom Great Wolf. Sif. Alright. Helps us out. Those jumps can be a little rough. Down slower than you're expecting. There's usually my usual preference is usually a half a heartbeat. Wait. Come on, Sif. Sif's usually more aggressive than this. Huh. There we go. Sif is usually the aggressive one in this fight in most areas. Huh. At least Sif is usually holds aggro. Specific title. Yeah. the silver pendant. Man, he is determined to kill me today. Then again, I'm usually a ranged caster, so as you can tell, range wouldn't have much problem with it. Yeah. Brave. I cannot. Alright. Oh, he finally took that breath. Soul of Manus. 10 humanity, and at the very heart of it, dusk. Scared. Absolutely terrified. Fittingly so, one would expect. But yeah. Soul of Manus, father of the abyss, this extraordinary soul is a viscous, lukewarm lump of gentle humanity. Ancient Manus was clearly once human, but he became the father of the abyss after his humanity went wild, eternally seeking his precious broken pendant. The other half of the pendant that we had. And a bonfire in the heart of the abyss. So we're able to leave. Now, as far as it goes, take a look. This is a burial site. A corpse once laid here in the shape of humanity, the shape we all share. This was a place of remembrance, of reverence. This likely was the original burial ground. Well, let's head to Ulysseal Sanctuary. This was the township dungeon, as they say. Well, we rescued her.
I have awaited thee. Thou hast rescued Princess Dusk and rid us of that terrible primeval human, even halting the spread of the abyss. I salute the grandeur of thine enterprise. Please allow... I thank thee.
3 of Elizabeth's mushrooms, which not only heal you, but give you regen. There. Mwah. Love them.
May the flames guide.
And yeah. And that's the end of the DLC. Mostly. Let's see. Will do. As far as the Soul of Manus, I believe the only thing it's really used for is a casting implement. I'll have to look it up too. Let's see. Hey, that's kind of funny. The Extra Life doesn't actually have Manus on it. Okay. So what we are going to do, however, is just trying to think where the best place to warp to for this is. Yeah, I suppose the best place is just the the Undead Parish. Because the next place we need to go, because now that we've saved her, she should be back where we knew her best. Alright. Yep. You've gotten quite strong, haven't you? Yeah. Let's see. Okay. We'll just deal with it. Alright. Yeah, but Manus's soul basically becomes a catalyst, so we can pop that eventually. But I think we want to go say hello and see what the princess has to say to us now that we've managed to save her. Because this is Dark Roots. This is the modern times, as far as we're aware. Alright. So we'll just cut our way through real quick. Because the crystal golems have become relatively trivial. Relative. And you can see her light from here. She's definitely returned. And there we see. The summon sign of the princess has returned. Hello, Dusk.
I am Dusk of Remastered. It is an honor to see thee again. I shall follow thy wishes.
And nope, no new hidden spells. But
The sorceries of... It is difficult. One says sorceries are... What doth one say? They're somewhat of an approximation. Thine sorceries are more straightforward, negating all but thyself. Dost thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies?
yeah. Ulysseal sorceries are about support, about the world around you. Whereas more modern sorceries...
The sorceries, it ought that was then. The sorcery, it ought that was then.
And let's
If thou
go.
art in me, I wish to.
So, there's one more place we need to go. I realized I had some extra pages open for a moment. That's why my computer was lagging. Oh well. But I know I've been calling Darkroot the same area as the woods, but I have not really offered any real proof to that matter. Well, that's because the proof is up here, and I didn't want to come up here until we were into a more settled state, I guess you could say. Because at the top of this long ladder and waterfall is very familiar architecture indeed. Across this bridge and the flowing river. The basin was basically just the lake. Oof. That always looks really awkward. Soul of a Brave Warrior. And up we go. Here, Darkroot Garden. Formerly the Royal Woods. But of course, in this time frame, it's long overgrown. Hello, David. Boing, boing. Their attacks bounce off as they always have. Yeah, these guys don't get any upgrades, so... Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the other side. So we want to go through here, where you'll encounter a unique thing of enemies. Yep, this is the first playthrough, but I'm mostly doing it for the lore and picking things apart, kind of like how things changed between now and Elden Ring, which I believe held took place before this game. I believe Elden Ring is the earliest game in the timeline. And I'm just looking at the proof and trying to figure out how things would have gone under that pretense. So in this case, Manus, Father of the Abyss, is a primeval human, they call him. In the sense that because he was probably one of the earlier humans born without any divine essence to them. Eastern set? Because, like, for example, in the lands between, you never require any specific. No, definitely, it'd be easy to say it's Mikola, and if it turns out to be, that's where we're looking. With the DLC coming out for Elden Ring, I'll eat my hat, but I don't think it's Mikola. I think more Manus is the equivalent of a regular human that was born after the breaking of the Elden Ring and whatever age came after. Without the divine influence, effectively, our souls stopped looking like bright gold and started becoming the lack of light. Black. Alright. By the way, I wanted to show this fact off because it's really funny to me. Yes, you do need the Crest of Artorias to get through here. You can't just open this door from the other side. It's actually kind of funny to me. And then you're not supposed to be able to lock on to these guys. Oof. They still hit hard. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to lock on to these guys. I forget which item it is specifically, but you do get an item that just inherently allows you to lock on. It's actually kind of funny. Because these guys are basically supposed to be invisible phantoms that just shank you and prevent you from advancing. So if you do come through here way too early, this is the game's punishment of, no. There we go. There's that one. Alright. Alright. An Antarom. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Manus is rough, but Manus is also more manageable. There he is. Antarom. He's supposed to try to fake you out with the fact that he's blue, so you think he's an ally. It's actually kind of a cute trick. It was an... Remember, this Dark Souls 1 was their first attempt at capturing Demon Souls energy while still trying to make the game more accessible, but messing with the player more all the same. Sorry, Anaram. Anyway. What we're looking at now... Let's see. Yep, here we go. There they are. There's the Bandit King. I call him that just because he's basically the leader of those groups of, the group of guys looking to shank you. And... Hello, kitty.
Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me, but cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorias? My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorias art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark. 'Tis but a fairy tale of thine own respect. Go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say.
Alright.
Well, I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down... What dost thou say? Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Aye, and now...
Abandoned. The Covenants don't mean much, they're just various PvP.
And here, take...
The Cat Covenant.
Thou wearest that. If mine fend them off, sir, I shall summon others who will, by their honor, work tirelessly with thee. Thou shalt receive great... True. But thou must heed, the clan is thine own. Darest not in any attempt to double-cross.
Oh. I'm not a huge PvP player, so I can never vouch for how much of an improvement it was. I do like it, though, definitely more. Now, as far as what Alvina's actually doing here, no, she's a cat. She's fickle, so this is her way of defending this area, defending Sif as much as possible, without directly defending Sif, which is how they go.
I've heard all about you. I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the brigade. Let's teach you the clan basics, as there's no time to chat in the midst of fighting, except there is little in the form of a rule. Fight and fun is here. Only, don't forget, that's a... Don't worry. Great to have you with me.
Yep.
Don't worry, you'll be hunters. Don't worry, you'll be hunters.
Okay. So yeah. Overall, this is just... Effectively, the way Alvina runs things is whoever gets the hunt first, and the captain here is basically just here to give you items as you advance. Then... Oh boy. Okay. I am sorely tempted to head back to Bonfire with this many souls on me. Because, if you cross the bridge... Oh, okay, this is the first thing you encounter is a familiar enemy, only if you went the way I did and explored the Great Hollow. Okay. That's the ending that I actually believe... Well, okay, Dark Souls 2 tells you point blank. It doesn't matter which ending you pick. Just be aware of that. That your specific choices in 1 and 2 truly don't matter that much. This is because, specifically speaking, someone else will be following in your steps, and there are thousands of years between the games. However, in the particular case where you do not link the fire, effectively the world falls to dark, and you'll see, and we've seen what happens, a la Ulasil Sanctuary and New Londo Ruins. Worlds and places that fall to the dark are simply consumed, lost, and forgotten. Oblivion in its truest sense. So, you allow the whole world to fall to dark. Everyone dies and is gone. However, you survive by dint of the power you've obtained in your search. Alright, and now time for one of the most heartbreaking parts of the game. Everyone always, we feel for this, we know it's coming, but still we do this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, imminent sorrow. Alright. Good luck. Imminent tears. We push on the door. And this is the grave of Sir Bartorius, studded with blades of those who came here. This actually gets a little worse for those of us when you've completed the DLC for a very specific reason. Defends the grave. Sif. In an instant he could bite us, but he recognizes us. We're the ones who saved him. And Sif hates this. The one he should trust has come. The one who saved him has come. But Sif still has his duty, just the same as Artorius did. The great Grey Wolf Sif. Sif can be a rough fight if you're a little sluggish. And Sif can do some pretty decent damage. But in truth, Sif is not a fight that you really will lose, because he doesn't have much in the way of combo potential. And I can imagine some people stopped watching this specifically because no one wants to watch this. Like, that spin is his strongest attack. Alright. Yeah. And the music just, oh. It fits that somber mood everyone has with this fight. The developers knew what they were doing. We'll put it that way. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Here he comes. Yep. Yeah. But Sif is still determined to see its duty through. And there, the reason everyone hates this fight. On the last blow, he limps, he whimpers, and he will still. But it's done. We got two things. The soul of Sif, the great Grey Wolf, who guards the grave of Artorias the Abyss Walker. Use the soul of Sif, who inherited the Divine Knight Sword, to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. And in addition, the Covenant of Artorias. This ring symbolizes Knight Artorias' covenant with the beasts of the Abyss. It's where, like Artorias himself, can traverse the Abyss. So, when Frampt speaks of being a friend, this is what he means. Artorias made a pact with the creatures of the dark, and can move along the abyss. It's why he was sent into the chasm. Though, as we'll discover later, it might have been better to call it creatures of the dark. Still, I think it's time we pay a visit to Anor Londo. After all, I do have it on me, right? I haven't upgraded it at all, but... Straight sword hilt. If I'm not mistaken, that's the item we need. It needs to be a plus 10. But yeah. Admittedly, I did discount one person when we were talking earlier about there being no one in Anor Londo. But, to be fair, the one person who I skipped over, he doesn't really count because he's so oblivious to everything. So much so that he talks to us and doesn't care who it is. He's about as pure and innocent a soul as you can get. So, Oh, I never did pick up the soul off of there. Alright. Alright. There we go. Alright. Yep. Nice. There we go. Yeah. I, of course, was talking about the giant blacksmith. Admittedly, he's... Okay, so reinforced weapon. The hand... Yeah, straight sword hilt. I need... So it should be 6 of each. Because modify equipment... Yeah, the Manus Catalyst, which has a lot of physical damage, unsurprisingly, because it's made to just, and it has a lot of intelligence boost. So, for like a melee focused mage build, yeah, why not? Dark Moon if you have the Soul of Gwendolyn, but yeah. So if you wanted to, sure. I mean, absolutely. The magic adjust goes a little weaker, but you get so much physical damage that, yeah, it could be worth it. But what we need, I believe it's the straight sword hilt. To plus 10. Okay, then you need to... Oh, I need to ascend it, so I actually need... Whoops. I forgot I need to go talk to, I need to go take it to Andre to ascend it so I can get to plus 6. Whoops. I completely forgot about that. That's on me, folks. Sorry, technical issues. Alright. That's on me, that's on me. Well, what am I doing? Homeward Bones. I have so many of them, it doesn't matter. Because you all might have guessed what weapon I've been aiming for since the beginning of the game.
Well, if you need it.
Modify. Oh, I need 3 more Titanite shards. Okay. Yep, plus 5 to the plus 6. Plus 7, plus 8, plus 9 to plus 10. Alright.
Don't get yourself nut.
Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, now we should be good. And I apologize, that's on me, I completely forgot. I believe we should be alright now. Alright. This is the only downside to Dark Souls 1, really, is there's a lot of UI simplification of stuff. And a lot of there was a lot of simplification that 2 and 3 went through, just to make the player's life easier. And Elden Ring damn near perfected it, so... It's one of those cases where you can see where they learned a lot, and how much making the player put a lot of work into it, having to get special weapons. Yeah, I can see why a lot of places, you can always see where they kind of went, oh, okay, you got a valid point. Alright. Yep. Yep. There we go. And you? Oh well. Yeah. There we go. So now we should be able to Lightning Straight Sword, or the Great Sword of Artorias. Yep. This is what I've been saving up for. This is where I've been building our stats towards. Now, it doesn't look that great off on its first. It has C scaling for both stats, so for both melee stats, but then also has B scaling for both intelligence and faith. More importantly, though, there are several versions of the Great Sword of Artorias, depending on which version you make. You can make his broken and cursed one, but that requires you using because you start the game with this sword hilt. The ones you'll get the cursed version if you use one of the ones you get from one of the earlier versions. The Great Sword of Artorias. So, sword born from the soul of the Grey Wolf Sylph, guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker Knight Artorias. Sir Artorias hunted the Dark Wraiths, and his sword strikes harder against Dark Servants. There is an intrinsic bonus damage to Dark Wraiths with this weapon. Reinforced weapon, yeah. So, and note that because his sword is one of the more unique weapons, it gets a buff from Demon Titanite. Alright. So, his weapon is 427. So, and is actually heavier than the actual Black Knight sword. Alright. Yep. But its damage is a little mixed against these guys because it doesn't, because it's using a mix of magic and physical. Whereas the regular Black Knight sword is just magic. So, and yeah, the powerful R2 is that thrust he used against us. see how heavy that R2 was on there. Yeah. Artorias' sword. Yep. Yeah. The real benefit to Artorias' weapon is that it has scaling across every stat. So, yeah. And now that we have the ring, we can actually go. So, there's nothing stopping us now. Oh. Reinforce armor, might as well. I need more chunks. He doesn't sell them, right? Yeah. We'll do armor. +4 to +5, +6, +7. Alright, so I need 2 large Titanite shards. And, yep. We're getting there. Yeah, so we basically have, if we want to do pure physical damage, or if we want to do a mix. Note that his weapon is also, this version of Artorias' sword is still blessed. This is the original version Artorias himself wielded. Unfortunately, in this case, against these enemies here, the raw physical damage prevails. Because these giants are geared towards resisting any magic damage. Yep. Alright. Nice. Alright. So we're good there. Do I want the Manus Catalyst? Oh, we might as well. I keep going back and forth on it, because it's just one of those cases of, well, we don't cast much in the way of magic, but might as well. By the way, yeah, they drop their spear. It does lightning damage, and it's a spear. Alright. Oh, what the hell. Yep, we'll go with the Manus Catalyst, just to show it off. The Manus Catalyst. Sorcery Catalyst born from the soul of Manus, father of the Abyss. A rough, old wooden catalyst, large enough to be used as a strike weapon. Similar to tin crystallization catalyst, it boosts the strength of sorceries but limits the number of castings. So like here, it takes us down to 1 cast of spell light, but if we were looking for damage, that would be... this would be one of the major ones. And yeah, you want to hit hard? Go right ahead. Yeah, it's got a 296 damage, which for a caster is absolutely ridiculous levels of damage. I'll probably not use it because it does limit the number of castings, but I figured it's worth noting that Manus sacrificed everything for power. everything was about power. He was the sort of being who would look for the highest and most devastating thing. But the type of people who are obsessed with power typically have never had it in their lives. Which makes sense why Manus would be a former prisoner. A former prisoner of Ulasil, who, obviously, relatively and reputedly, favored light, and the light like we see in the, the cast light spells, the hidden body, the manipulation of the world. Their magic was indirect and didn't favor power. Not like the modern sorceries we have in the game, where soul arrow of 1,000 varieties, but all of which are just designed to inflict direct harm to an opponent. Still, like I said, the real strength of Artorias' greatsword remains the fact that it draws from all 4 stats at a fairly good bonus. So whether I put points into strength, dexterity, faith, or my own intelligence, no matter what, I will be gaining attack power. So that weapon's cap damage is much higher than a lot of others. Alright. By the way, just take a moment to repair our stuff. Okay, no. We hadn't taken much damage to it as I thought. Yeah, Havel's took a bit of a beating, but Havel's armor is also so thick it's hard to imagine it breaking. Alright. So, we now have, yeah, I suppose the only place to go. Real quick. Brave Warrior, that should give us enough to do another level. Or be close to it. 37,730. Alright. Well, we'll still warp over to the Firelink Shrine. Because that's still the easiest place. Alright. Hey, wake up.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Not treat me like an old withering snake.
I actually just need some.
Is it?
He can warp us back down, but we don't have any real need to. Cracked red eye orbs, yeah, I don't really have a use for them, so there, that's our level. Yep, yeah, that's about it. I just needed that, thanks.
Farewell.
Alright. So we'll take that last level and head back down. Alright. Just 1 point short of being able to use Artorias' sword. But yeah. I mean, Great Shield. Sorry, not his sword. I have his sword. Alright. Alright. But yeah. So the Dark Raves were... they existed before New Londo, but New Londo is where they were trapped. I wonder if the city... Well, no, it was a thriving metropolis before. It's obviously been built over... You can tell it's been built, and from the way the entrance is, this was what was... So, was this built on top of Ulasil Township? Probably. Near as I can figure, this was built on top of Ulasil Township. Thus why so much of it is still underwater, to try and sort of blank us out. Alright. I won't need that anytime soon. So what I will need, though, is the Ghost Touch. Alright. Because I'm trying to remember what the quickest way to get back... No, even going through the Valley of Drakes isn't that much faster. I'm trying to remember what the fastest way around through here is. Well, we'll get to show off how good Artorias' sword is versus these ghosts. Alright. 239. Not the worst. Alright. And it does have holy damage, so the nice part is any skeletons we would kill or anything that would normally resurrect, it doesn't. Yep. Alright, this elevator does work. So we don't have to go through all the ghost stuff. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, because this brings us down to the lower levels. Where the dark wraiths are, as well as the slime mass. Yeah, I see you, buddy. Yeah, there is a slight damage buff to... Yeah. But, generally speaking, the regular Black Knight sword is just going to be more useful for us right now, because it's +5. Yep. Alright. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Right now, the Black Knight sword is still the better option. Alright. So I believe it's back this way. Well, all I have is the Manus, so... In a game where you get so limited... The problem with the Manus Catalyst is, in a game where you get so few castings in the first place, having it still sucks really bad. And that's it's just, yeah, that treasure chest. Alright. Yep, here comes two of them. There we go. Yep, another ghost. Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't cleared out the top level, just expect ghosts to be hounding you up here. Hounding you down here. It sucks, but it's not the worst thing. Ah, here we go. Yep. So, once you're here, unfortunately, you're really going to want to put on that Covenant of the Abyss. Covenant of Artorias. Allows us to travel through the darkness. Alright. Down and down we go. I forget. I think there was an item at the very bottom. It's not really anything special, but it's just one of those cases of, yeah, there's an item there, you might as well get it. Just bear in mind, this is a boss fight coming up. Need ring? Yeah. Because without it, you'll simply be eaten up. With it, you stand a chance. Let's do this. The Abyss. The remnant of what man is left behind. And thus the four kings who came afterwards. Yeah. Oh, that stupid grab. Ah, come on. Let go. Alright. Fun fact, if you do the damage right, there are actually, you can fight more than 5 of these guys. Yep. First one down. Alright. Next one. They share a communal health bar, as you might expect. Alright. Where is he? There he is. Admittedly, this does also feel kind of like the laziest kind of concept. It's cool because of what it represents. But it also means they didn't have to design any kind of texture or that kind of thing. I believe that was number 3. And they'll spawn in the last one. If you take too long, it can become a 2 and 3 all point. Okay. Though I'm not entirely sure how big the arena in this battle is. Yeah. That sucks. For you. Anyway, joking aside. Being stupid aside. Bequeathed a Lord Soul Shard. And a humanity. 60,000 souls. And a bond. So we'll be able to get out of here. Yes, the moment you take off the ring, you will be devoured by the darkness. Do not bother. Let's see. Just thinking what else we might want. Yeah, what the hell. I want to use his great shield. Praise the sun. Alright. But yeah, cleansing great shield. Load this Yep. So this is the shield that Artorias used until he gave it to Sif and his arm broke. So, now, note that Chasm of the Abyss is a teleportable location. Alright. So, now the two souls left. We have two locations left to go. Deep underground and all the way up to the Duke's Manor proper. Both of which are quite long pieces on their own. Alright. But I wanted... Okay, one of the things I've been looking to do, I meant to check here, is that we have enough humanity stocked up. Because there's someone whose life I want to save. But to do so, I need a lot of humanity. So, yeah. Then once more, we'll head back down. Yep. We're heading back to New Londo, but only for a moment. Because where we're headed... Well... Unsurprisingly, I think we'll head down to Quaelag's domain, which will lead us to... who was related to the Witch of Islay and the Chaos Flame. We've been toiling in the dark for so long. I think it's about time we saw some light. Though, the light we're heading towards is none too soothing and calming. So, off we'll go. Past all the downtrodden and miserable souls here. Through the Valley of Drakes. I didn't pick up that item. Huh. Beatrice's catalyst. Catalyst belonging to Beatrice, the rogue witch, contrasts with Vinheim catalyst. This ancient catalyst shows signs of being used for age-old sorceries. It has passed the hands of many generations to get here. That's quite the magic adjust. And doesn't reduce our... Well, that's nice. And look at the size of it, it looks like a proper magic staff. Cleansing Great Shield. Like I noted, it has a damage reduction for physical of 80%. So what that means is you still take 20% of the damage you would. Yep. That's worth noting just because it means that you'll never be completely able to block off an attack. But it does also mean that you have a good protection against most status effects. Or most elementals effects, rather. So, that can be nice. And the size of the Great Shield, oh, just look at it. Alright. Yep, and bugs, and bugs, and bugs, and bugs. The power of the Chaos Flame, which seems to forcibly fuse insect and human flesh, which was what we saw with Quelaag, and with all these bug humans that breathe fire. Quite a reprehensible technology, or ability, wouldn't you say? But maybe there's something more to it. We actually haven't heard much about the Witch of Iceland. It seems she more than anyone, kind of secluded and locked herself off, except for maybe like Mito. Her and Mito just sort of vanish. I hear a story about them, but well, there's someone here. Someone waiting. Alright. And who would you be? Oh, it's the captain.
Hello again. Strange to meet away from the clan and the forest. But while you are here, how about some equipment? I love collecting these things, and you know.
Learn gesture, look skyward. But yeah, he sells some unique weapons. The Flamberge, great sword with an undulating blade, is a choice weapon of the men serpents of Sen's Fortress. The stone great sword of the giants of the Darkroot Garden. The demon great machete. The lesser Capra demons use these great swords in pairs. The blade is cast iron and hooked. The sword is imbued with no particular magic, but for those who have the strength, its great weight will smash foes mercilessly. Curved sword, katanas, washing pole, which is an extremely long katana, basically. So, Sephiroth build, there you go. Claws, demon spears. Slows the loss of weapon durability. Not especially necessary, but it's nice. This ring, crafted in an eastern land, is made of gold but with a wood grain crest on its surface. The ring slows the loss of weapon durability and is particularly useful to bearers of delicate swords crafted in the east.
I see. You have a sharp art. Suits me fine.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a nice little exchange of business. Now, just on the off chance I do something stupid and screw up, I'm gonna go sit down and save. Like, I will survive a hit from the giants, but No point in being stupid. Alright. We're poisoned. Oh no. There is another NPC down here, but we don't have the stats to see them. Literally. I think they require resonance, or attunement, basically. And nope. We are not magically inclined enough for that to be a thing. Yep. Okay. Now that we're up here, we can at least... Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's not particularly bad up here. Once you get up here, and if you have the stats to survive a hit, it's not so bad. And of course, yep. Yeah, these guys are relatively slow. And again, once you are poisoned, well, it's not especially bad, so... Yeah. Okay, going into this area, I'm going to say one thing. No matter how much you want to, the guys with the egg sacs on their backs do not hit, under no conditions hit them, and nor will I. I refuse to. You cannot make me. It will never happen. Not on my streams. Once you have that understanding, once you understand that, we move on. Nope. Not happening. No. If you know what happens, good for you. It ain't happening for me. Alright. Yeah, but Quelaag was half spider, half woman. Well, no, more like 80% spider to 20% woman. Either way, we came down here to ring the bell, like someone else just managed to. So long ago, it seems now. But first thing I'm going to do now, I went through all these other areas because I went through a lot of other stuff because I wanted to make sure I had enough humanity to do a particular act. Because there's actually a hidden area we passed. It's easy to miss, so I wouldn't blame you for not noticing it. But in here in Quelaag's domain, there's a hidden wall. And we learn a bit about Quelaag's motivations.
Oh dear. we hear? Are you a new servant?
Yes, we are.
But you have no matter. Go along and have. I pray that you will mind.
Alright. So, this guy is a servant of the fair lady. What lady? Why, this lady. Quaelag's sister. She seems to be, much like Quaelag, fused with a spider, but it seems in a much worse condition. It's as if it didn't go well. And she also seems to be a firekeeper. And we can join our covenant. And we get Great Chaos Fireball. And we can offer her humanity. Let me see how much. Let me look up how much we need to give her, because we need to open up a path. As you can see, if you look to the left here, there's a door over there. If you offer her enough humanity, you can open that door as a shortcut. So let me see. So it's 30. Okay, so it should be 30 I need to use. Alright. This should give us Chaos Storm. Maybe we need to do like one more. Huh. Well, give her more. Note, there is a way to understand her. It's an item called an Old Witch's Ring. There's only 2 ways to get it. You either start the game with it, or you get it by trading, and... Liar. Alright. Yeah, might as well use them all up. Oh well. And maybe we can talk to him again?
I'll prepare them if you need.
Yep, and he is a... no weapon for ascension.
No time for think. Oh.
Yes, check servants of Daughter's Chaos. Yeah. Okay. So he will eventually become a full-on merchant. Alright. In the meantime, let's head further down. Alright. So, down here, past Quelaag's domain, is the Demon Ruins. And one of the more unique boss fights. Let's see, can we can warp to the Daughter of Chaos, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can warp to Daughter of Chaos, which is good enough. I'm just thinking of how I want to spend the 25,000. We'll just go for it. We don't need the Abyss Walker ring. So, instead, Flamestone Plate. Just look at this place. You're gonna need the fire. Now, you'll notice that most of these guys are in pleading positions of, don't come near me, don't touch me. Then they're the guys who start running at you. Ignore them, run past them, do not engage. They will kill themselves and release these eggs contents. You don't want that, it's not worth it, do not bother. It literally just makes your life harder. Do not bother. Ugh, just gross. I will not engage further. Well, let's go talk to a boss. Try fleeing. Oh yeah, this. There's a chance of actually insta-gibbing this boss. A chance. It's hard to understand what's going on. But first things first. Alright. You are going to take a lot of fire damage in this place. Just point blank, you're about to take a lot of fire damage. Put the flame plate ring on. Alright, folks. Meet the boss. Again, somewhat in the shape of a man with spider-like appendages. And it's not moving. It sees us, like its pupils are following us, it sees us. But it's not in the particular care. Also note that it has multiple red eyes, just like the dark infused creatures we were fighting down in Ulasil Township. Try chance. Try back. Yeah, wanna guess what happens if you touch that? Well, nothing for it. Let's ring the gong, folks. The ceaseless discharge. Alright. Yep. shield up? Yep. Yeah, kinda sucks, don't it? Oh, we can at least get away this way. He'll chase us down, of course. Now, one of the things you can do is run all the way back to the beginning. He'll be chasing you. Keep running. Yeah, he's angry. Look like you're trying to escape, basically. And he'll come after you and jump on this area. And if you do it right, he falls. And in doing so, he was the source of the lava here. Without him, it recedes and cools. Somewhat, anyway. Humanity and a homeward bound, as well as 20,000 souls. Now, to understand what just happened, you have to look down below where he was standing. Effectively, he was standing on that platform where you see those Taurus demons. Seeing us running and looking to escape, he figured his best chance at catching us was to jump for us and try to kill us. That is how upset he was that we just took the gold-hemmed black hood, worn by the witch Quelana of Izalith, mother of Pyromancer and daughter of Chaos. She wore this gold-helmed black hood before even the Age of Fire, and it offers strong resistance versus fire, poison, and other perils. There's another set that's fairly similar but kind of weaker, that would be the Pyromancer set. The clothing of those from the Great Swamp. Only hers is a little better. And yeah, it speaks volumes about where Quelana came from. But yeah. So we've made it here. Sorry, just was making sure all my tech was working. Yeah. Now we don't have to worry as much about fire. Ceaseless Discharge has a lot of long-range fire attacks. And like you saw when he hit me, he has a great range, so it can be kind of rough. Now, with the lava largely gone, again, just run past the idiots with the bug who are running after you. Just ignore them. It's literally not worth it. Alright. Now, we've reached the lower area. It was once just covered in lava. Now, there are demons all over the place, and a lot of Taurus demons. Well, the answer is kind of what you expect. One by one. piss them off, and let's see what we can do. Let's see. Yeah, 355 damage. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and they're worth 1,200 souls, so just take your time. They're only really dangerous if you don't take them one by one. So if you're impatient, actually did 1 damage. Just enough to piss him off. Alright. But yeah, as it goes, so the power of the demons, of these demons, is largely born of the Chaos Flame, which allows flesh to be melded and molded together while still alive. Yep. And again, the knights were pretty the Black Knights were pretty practiced at fending off these creatures. Yep. Nice. Alright. Yep. There we go. And another one. Oh, rolled wrong. Yep. And that's kind of the downside, is these guys are heavy and strong enough to really hurt if they want to. Alright, so all the items requiring some kind of fire resist to be able to walk in the lava. And no, it's not what you think it is. Yeah. You're not expected to just tank the fire damage. Because, trust me, it's rough. Yeah. It just chunks you. But that's fine. As alright. Soul of a Proud Knight. And another of these Capra demons you've also fought. A little more fragile. Alright. come down. Honestly, I'm so used to doing this so much earlier. I'm used to being much weaker in this area. So this will honestly be a little nice. And hi, Kirk. Yeah, I know for a fact Kirk spawns behind you, because Kirk is a dick. Like, he specifically spawns behind you. Yep. I was gonna say, I know Kirk does that specifically because the only time he ever got me made me laugh my ass off because he managed to get a back shot on me, and I was like, really? Alright. Come on. Wait, really? You're just gonna stand there. How about you? Really? Both of you are just gonna stand there and take this. I mean, I don't mind, but... I mean, this is kind of slow and boring, but I'll take dealing with a little slow and boring than having to be stuck getting killed and repeating the whole run over and over again. Plus, it's not like I don't have several hundred arrows in my back pocket right now. And bows are basically used mostly for provocation. At least for me. Really? And down he goes. Okay. Hey, that's on him. Ouchies! There we go. Besides, one of the reasons I didn't bother buying the machete off the demon machete is because these guys tend to drop it at least once. Alright. Yeah. Come on, there we go. Nice. Oh, you poor guy. The ground let me just duck under that one. Wow. Yeah, that sucks for you. Yeah. Now we're gonna start getting into the nastier part of this area. The demon bugs. But first the little guard statues. The Witch of Islist made were these little stone statues that breathe fire. They're not especially dangerous, but they're just good protection for, like, general annoyance security. Yeah. Minotaurs. Oh, another one. They're silent, so they're easy to forget about. And that's their biggest strength, is you forget they're there. Alright. And these bugs are the reason you see all these bulges around the area. Because... yeah. I believe their effect is mostly equipment destruction. And there is a bonfire. Soul of a proud knight. Yeah. And yeah, that bug was obviously a one-off because... yeah. It was just there to prevent you from being able to try poison, tough enemy ahead. Oh, I should level up. Let's see. Yeah, 2 more points in the strength, why not? As I say, because Black Knight's sword is, yeah, C-scaling. It basically just comes down to how you want the damage stat to be calculated and what enemies will be weaker against what. Some enemies are very resistant to physical, at which point you want to do magic. But having just a high straight physical damage is very welcome. Yeah. The Black Knight sword, if you can get it, is an acceptable option. It may only have C scaling, but damn if it don't hurt. Mistaken. Yeah, like it's already down 45 points from one hit of that acid of theirs. Yeah, the bugs have a particularly acidic attack. That's what it is. Yep, weapon at risk already. Yep, that's what it was. Okay. I was trying to remember, because I remember the bugs having some effect that was like, oi, that made you want to avoid them. That's what it was. Alright. Well. Let's see how we handle with just Artorias' sword. Alright. Yeah. Wow. Okay, it does take me 4 hits versus the 2 with the Black Knights. And yeah, as you might imagine, there's actually quite a few bugs on this path. Over here to the side, but... eliminating one at a time ahead. Yep. So yeah. And yeah. Just to show that off. 9 damage with a basic weapon. Yep. Weapon broken. Oh, our shield broke. Okay. They drop green Titanite shards, yeah. But yeah. So what broke, specifically? I'm not... Okay, yeah. So Beatrice's catalyst broke. Shield's still fine. The sword's fine. The bow broke. Okay. Yeah, we can still keep going. Next one. Yep. You can eliminate them one at a time. Or you can run past them. Large flame ember. So that would allow you to make plus 10 flaming weapons. And do what the smart people do. Homeward Bone. Yep. Warp. Let's see. Chamber of the Princess? Sure. We'll drop off another humanity. Oh, wrong princess. Daughter of Chaos. Just be careful not to click Abyss. Alright, I got any more while I picked up? I did pick up one. Okay. You willing to shop with me now? Alright.
There is nothing to say except you should be...
Okay. Oh well. Okay. Repair equipment. Okay. So, warp. Chasm of the Abyss, Foolish Shield, Stone Dragon, Sanctuary. Okay. Just trying to think of anywhere else we need to go. Alright. Just thinking of anything else we ended up with, but no, I think we're good. So, as far as it goes, I asked earlier about why did this have to be why did they have to be bonfires? Well, if you think about whose powers are left to use, a bonfire is typically used at night, so the dark moon, Gwendolyn, would be necessitated. It uses bones, which would be the process of Nito and death. The coiled sword, the flames, obviously belonging to the Witch of Izalith. And the coiled sword, though, that's a bit of an interesting image. What or who could that be tied to? But yeah, as this... Alright. Oh wow. Were those Taurus demons all one-shots? Huh. I truly didn't know. I thought they were repeatable. Oh well. Alright. Well, Black Knight Sword. Alright, so we just need to push on through the demon ruins. There's not too much more to it, so... And Kirk is only a one-shot as well. I believe he only shows up once. It's mostly just funny. Okay. Only need to take out those two, then we can drop down here for the bonfire. Now we can chop our way through straight to that big gold gate in our back. But yeah, these stone guardian statues. Yep. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I could go kill the bug, but no real need to. You two. Nice and easy. And you. Ow. Didn't get the timing right, so didn't get the critical counter attack. Another soul of a great warrior. Alright. So now there is a way forward, but there's also this side area. No, well, we'll check and see. And down here, these little bugs. Nasty little parasites. Touch door. Oh! So we did do it. Alright. Yep. We offered enough humanity and we can open this door, which is a shortcut. Ah. And this dropped. Ugh, the sunlight maggot. A loathsome parasite that inhabits the lost Izalith. It is completely immobile, yet still lives. When worn on the head, it emanates a blinding light, which is why it's known as a sunlight maggot. Ugh. Just disgusting. But don't we know someone who was looking for his own son? Lost Izalith. Well, just for those who don't know, that enemy is one you need to kill, otherwise you'll be forced into a fight with our good buddy Soler, because he kind of, at this point in this journey, is getting depressed. Oh, bullshit. And if he finds that maggot, he'll lose his mind thinking he's found his son. with that. Yeah, it's so easy to fall off here. Come on. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yep. Alright. Yep, and that's dead. Yep. I hate fighting this thing in this narrow corridor. I don't have to, now that I've killed the sunlight maggot. Officially, I don't have to. But... officially, I don't have to, but there's just some personal pride in the fact that, and I want to get... Okay. The simple truth is, one of the things I want to do is get... what I want to get is... What am I trying to say? Yeah, no, Hovel set is still ridiculously useful. Okay. Screw you, don't care. Alright. I guess the best way to put it is, one of the items I just want to have an alternate way into Lost Izalith, basically. And that's one of the easiest. But yeah. We've killed all the bugs at least once, so we should be alright now. Yeah, they run away from us because they're... Yeah. Alright. So we'll try this again. Let's do... Okay. That's not going to do me any good, so yeah. Because I'm at... No matter what, I'm on fat roll, right? Even if I put Havel's ring. Yeah, I'm on fat roll. Okay. So, might as well take the extra physical defense. And note that the statue is facing the other direction, telling us exactly how much... where they're expecting me to come across this. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's so easy to get caught on the damn tree branches and just... Overall, this is just a pain in the neck. Yeah, no, it's really not worth it. Tomb magic. Let's see. Down here, is there any magic I would honestly use? Yeah, replenishment. Yeah. Yeah, I could see using replenishment. And in terms of raw physical damage... You know what? I think we're done trying that particular statue. Now, going back to the idea that this area, how this area relates to Elden Ring, the Great Chaos Flame, the research that was being done into it was clearly born of the fact that there was no, well, here we see the Demon Fire Sage. One of the more... Wow. So, an attempt at a demon trying to study the flame itself, indicating that demons are, in fact, as you might expect from them using weapons, at least somewhat sentient. God, that sound always sounds like it's going, like it hit, whether even if it didn't. Alright. And... yeah, the Demon Fire Sage is not actually one of the really tough enemies. And we get his catalyst. Demon Catalyst formed from Izalith molten rock. Can be used as a fire weapon. In fact, does do fire damage. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon and the last master of the original fire arts, before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating pyromancy. So, the demon formed from Izalith can be used as a fire weapon. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon, and the last master of the original fire arts, before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating pyromancy. So what pyromancy is controlling the flame of chaos, the flame that she found. That made her equal to Gwyn, Nito, and the rest. Looks like the game's instructing us to go there. But there seems to be a path downward. So, we've now reached... Nope, nothing new yet. But there's a path down there. But there's also a path up. And we can take a look. So the demon wielded the first fire. The Fire Sage that we ended was the original fire arts user. But everyone else has been using lesser and decayed forms. All three of them. Soul of a brave warrior. All the way up here, let's say no item, a shortcut drop, but more importantly, a shortcut up and down to Quelaag's domain. So, if we want to visit, we can. do have a humanity author. Why not? She helped us. So hopefully this will help her maintain her sanity for a little longer. But let's continue on our explorations. And this is a drop-off that allows you to get back to where you were. And leads you right back to the Demon Ruins, or to where you were fighting the Fire Sage. Now, what lays below? Is yet another boss fight. And somewhat of a rough one. Alright. I think we kinda could have used that humanity for ourselves. But we should be alright. Should be. Need Night. Yeah, this can be rough. Its weakness is a safe zone. Yeah. You need to find a safe place to be in this fight. Because this arena will be not your friend, so to speak. You'll see when we get in there, but yeah, we'll go in and see what we can do. Worst case, I'll wait. I may go buy a humanity. Patches will have it for us. Alright. So let's show this off at least. Replenishments. So we have regen a bit. Yeah, the battlefield is covered in lava. More importantly, though, the boss. Another demon. A fusion of various of various creatures, called this one being called the Centipede Demon. This little patch we're on will not be sufficient. Alright. Yeah. Ow. Yeah, he hurts. Yep, and he's more than willing to just stand there and pelt you. Yep. Yeah, I had to show that off because that is impressive with just how ruthless that demon is. Like, there are very few enemies in this game that are capable and perfectly willing to just stay back, pelt you from a distance with an attack you can't really do much about, and go, okay, my job's done here. So, your best choice is to run over here. Yep, that hurt. Because over here, there's enough land that he needs to actually come onto where you can be hit, where you can hit him to do damage to you. Yeah. No, that won't stop him from doing this over and over again. Alright. Yep. Yep. Okay. Kinda tempted to go to... Alright. Yeah, that's still the medium. Switch over to hovels. Yeah. Okay. Yeesh. Yeah, that fire damage is rough. Oh, man. Alright. Yeah. Centipede Demon is very willing to just keep chucking his arm at you. Yeah, and getting the timing on that roll is not fun. There we go. Alright. There we go. And... okay. Of course, it being a demon and all, takes it pretty hard from the black zone. Right? Yep. Yeah. Alright. Here it comes. Okay, managed to block it that time. Alright. There we go. Yep. Yeah. Got him. The orange charred ring. Humanity and a homeward bone, even. Alright. And the ring we just got is one of the story required. Reduces lava damage. An orange ring enchanted by a witch. Wonder which one. Since reduces lava damage. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him this special ring. But fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot a terrible centipede demon was born. Other thing, take off the pants. It doesn't remove the damage to the actual equipment. So take off the pants. And like you see, we now take barely anything. So, your best bet Bear in mind, this is only lava damage you are standing on. If you roll or you walk into one of these drips of lava, you still take the regular fire damage. It's not that good. Oh, it always looked like this was going to be an entrance to something. Amazing trap. Of nothing. Anyway, replenishment. Yep. Let the regen happen, and... Yep. So it's where you need to go. Yeah. Not over here. Yeah. Trying to remember. Because that's where we came in. Oh no, wait, that's where we came in. Alright. So then, yeah, here we are. How you doing, buddy?
Why? Why, after all this searching,
Hey, Solaire.
Why, after...
He still can't find his son. The light that should motivate. Alright. Well. Level up. Alright. So, I'm actually short still. Okay.
Why, after...
He still can't find his son. Alright. Well, only time will tell. All we can do for now is keep pushing onward. Solaire. And here, we find out what the witch was using for research. First looking at them, they look like, well, they look like giant legs. And what was funny was, they changed this area pretty harshly from the original release of this game. Because in the original release, just about every one of these giant legs would aggro you the second you walked in the room. Their line of sight was that good. They had to reduce it so you weren't completely just beat on the second you walked in this area. Which was a thing. Soul of a Brave Warrior. There we go. Lost Izalith, though. Oh boy. It's called Lost because they've lost control of it. Come on. There we go. Thankfully, they've changed that since then, but it's still... The memories of being jumped on by this entire area always stick with you. So you kind of always still expect it. Still, it's not as bad as it was, so that's something to be thankful for. But yeah, just real quick, want to grab that level. one of the Dragon Greatsword. It doesn't. The problem with the dragon weapons is they don't get any stat buffs. So like the Black Knight Ultra Greatsword. You can use it one-handed, but that swing is so slow I don't like it as much. So that's my reasoning for preferring the regular Black Knight sword. Yeah, that's my preference anyway. Alright. I guess we're just gonna have to get dug in and face Lost Izalith. Like, this area genuinely mentally scarred me with how bad it was in the original release. Because this was miserable to deal with. So, let's get stuck in, put the bow on. Here it comes. Yep. And for those curious, these are the back halves of dragons that have been because they aren't kidding about the whole immortality of dragons. The scales of immortality. Unless a dragon is outright obliterated, yeah, this happens. Alright. There we go. Yep, and they're at 2,000 a pop, so it's not that they're not worth it, it's that this is really rough and awkward. And you saw how much damage they do. Yep. How fast they hit. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Alright. Yeah, you can pick them apart one by one, but it's still going to be kind of rough. Alright. And jump. You can imagine being by their feet, it's a little harder to hit them. Alright. And yes, I'm pulling every single one I can by this entrance. Yeah, they have this sweep. They can sweep, they can stomp. They've got it all. But they're the cursed back halves of dragons. And while effectively it's the origin of what the demons that we know of that seem to be amalgamations of various living creatures. Well, it was from the Witch of Izalith experimenting with the Chaos Flame. Something she found. She didn't fully understand what it was, but it was useful and powerful. She knew that. so, she kept using it. And, well, what we have now is the end result of her experimentation. So much so that she even experimented on her own sisters. Or her, I guess maybe it was her coven? Hard to say. Yeah. Okay, there's a lot of enemies facing that way. Is there an entrance? There is. Alright, there's a chest. Alright, it ain't a mimic. The soul of a great hero. Well, to make it this far, he had to be great. But yeah. Basically, anywhere you see them facing is a way you need to go, basically. Alright. One could imagine this place wasn't originally covered in lava. On the upside, these things can hurt each other. So that sweep he just did? Yeah. Yep, he's hurting the others. 2, 3. Yep, he's hurting the others. Tried to roll. But yeah. Effectively, these are these are... Oh. Yeah. These are the back halves of the dragons that were slain. As they couldn't be properly killed. Because when they say immortal scales, they aren't kidding. So what they did was slowly peel them apart, and found that with the scales peeled off, their corpses would eventually stay down. Oh! Are these guys actually one-shots? That's a huge change. These used to be, they would respawn after every time. Are they all one-shots now? Huh. Well, that'd make this whole area a hell of a different experience. It'd be an uphill climb and not just a solid brick wall. I don't know. Well, if so, that's at least some potential hope. As you might imagine, most of my original playthroughs were on the original PS3 version. So, yeah, on that version, all these enemies were, in fact, they respawned every time you died. Yep. Come on. Yeah, they've definitely their sightline, if nothing else. Which I guess makes sense. After all, they don't have eyes. They're supposed to be just blindly stomping about. It's almost enough to make me wish I put some time into my bow. But for the character No matter how you look at it, Blue was never a ranged sort of person. Blue was one of their melee specialists. Alright. Yeah. Holding here and just letting him jump. Nice. Yeah, no, this... If these guys are all... Whoop. Man. Yep. Boy. Cool. Yeah, no. Okay. So this area is definitely... If those guys are staying dead, then this area has become a whole lot more manageable. Yeah, because then all I need to do is take this back path on this branch up here. Because I believe there's a... Yeah, no, this is where the bonfire is up here. Because this is where... Twin Humanities, very nice. Yeah, because there should be a bonfire down here. On the lower levels. So just gotta find a way down. That's relatively safe. Yeah. Okay, here it is. That's what I thought. Yep. Here we go. Alright, let's see. What respawns? Okay, only one of them did. That's still... Alright, so you're not... You're a statue. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not bad. Yeah, because a lot of this... Yeah, no, this is a lot more manageable now. Huh. Go figure. Alright, so then... Yeah, because then straight ahead is the way in. That branch leads up into Izalith proper. All of this, and up there would be that would be the shortcut we would have taken if it wasn't for the Demon Titanite statue. Alright. Not looking bad then. Alright. Now, this may seem an odd point to do this, but I kind of want to take a minute and go somewhere else. Because what I'm thinking about is I really want... Okay, one of the things I really want to work up is because we should be able to teleport down to here. Altar of the Grey Lord. Huh, I thought we could teleport to here. Never mind then. Because one of the things I want to do is upgrade the sword. Upgrade Artorias' blade. Alright. Those two, we'll see if they aggro, but... Yeah, because this is the path up. That leads into Lost Izalith proper. Alright. And down into the city. You get the feeling that Izalith was ancient even when the Witch of Izalith found her. After all, they say they found the souls of lords. So the remaining, those left over from the age of the gods, the age of the Erd tree. They didn't create this. This stuff was here afterwards. Remnants of whatever empire rose at one point. Yep. Remember that. I know there's quite a few of these enemies down here. Yeah. I can hear another one because that's their breathing sound. I know I heard one. And up there, we can put our pants back on, is another unique demon, and another one who I believe attacks your durability. It does also have a grab attack where it throws you into its top mouth. These things. Yep. The sound, the suction cup sound. But yeah, they mostly attack your durability as far as I remember. Let's see. Yep, as I say, I believe there's an item over here. Fake statue. Treasure ahead. I don't think this is an illusory wall. Thought not. Yep. Alright. Now, it's actually a fairly straight shot to the boss from this place, believe it or not. But you'll miss out on quite a bit of this area. And if anything, because the boss is actually all right up here, where we'll also have to face a remnant of one of the sisters, the Witch of Izalith. As you can see, they are quite the potent spellcasters. An Izalith Catalyst. Catalyst of the Witch of Izalith of long ago, when her daughters were still flame witches before they were engulfed by the Chaos Flame, before the birth of pyromancy. Their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. So all we wield now, it's the reason that pyromancy exists as a sort of competing school instead of the true sorcery that it should. And it's the reason you have to be given a flame of pyromancy to use that sort of magic. Alright. Nope. Yeah. God, they're gross. They are just gross looking. Yeah. I hate to use the phrase, but everything on... By the way, that's the path to the boss down there. Good luck with that. Like I said, if you want to go for the boss, absolutely. You'll just miss out on a good chunk of this area. Nope. Alright. And this chest... Is it a mimic? Nope. Chaos Fire Whip. Now, the thing you should know is that every chaos spell gets stronger the more humanity you have on you. Not in your inventory, but in your chest, as they call it. Or in you, basically. So, the higher that number, the higher the damage goes. But that's one of those risk versus reward things, where you're risking, every time you potentially die, losing out on quite a bit of material. And if you can't get it back, well, you've lost how much humanity. Note, I don't believe these things drop anything, aside from their souls. And yeah. And here you are, this is where that shortcut would lead us. So we've reached that. Of course it broke down. Ugh. Just ugh. Yeah. Of course the floor crumbles beneath us. Yeah. What a horrible area. But, yep, that is a solution we could do. But there's also the more common solution. Homeward Bone. This ain't worth it. So yeah, we've seen a good bit of Izalith. The Abyss, Star of Chaos, Stone Dragon, Luna Seal. I guess going to the Daughter of Chaos and then trying our best to get... Because running around this Titanite Demon's not so bad. Okay. Just because there is something... I want to get our hands on some more Demon Titanite, right? But that one there has lightning damage, which makes him so much worse. However, if we head to the Undead Parish... Let's see, where all have we seen Demon Titanites? Titanite demons? Well, I can think of one particular area, and to do that, we're going to need, actually of all things, the Rusted Iron Ring, which you got from the origin of the game, the original area. Because if you come here, back to Sen's Fortress. Alright. Not bad. If we come back here, there's a part of this area I never explored that was down there. Reason being is that I wanted to come back here later when we had more need of the Demon Titanite. That, and we didn't have the ring at the time, so that only makes life easier. Now, where we need to go is down here. Alright. Yep. Because we want to get rid of these snakes first. Because having them shelling us from above is not going to be pleasant. Alright. Now, as I said, you want the Rusted Iron Ring from the origin of the game, that first holding prison, because it gives you the ability to move in slime and muck at regular speed. So, slime and muck, regular speed. And there are several Titanite demons down here of the original strength level. So they're not improved like... yeah, like that one is that's guarding... yeah. Yep. There we go. So he goes down in a couple of hits. A scythe. And Demon Titanite. And yeah. Let's see. And again, I was saving it till we had... like I said, I was saving these guys for when we had Artorias' sword. Because I do want to improve, I do want to make that a +5. Because +5 is the max limit for custom weapons like that. Oh yay, one of the snakes can see us. Alright. Oh no, it's the other one seeing us. Okay. Titanite. But yeah. There we go. Yep, not bad. But yeah. But yeah, folks, this stuff is miserable if you're going to try it under level. But with the right equipment, it's entirely possible to do comfortably. So That put us at how much? 5 pieces. Alright. Trying to think, were there any more? Alright. I think we're about good for here. I just always remember this being a good source of it. Because the enemies are relatively low level and not needing a particularly hard challenge for this. I know there's one more we can get up in the catacombs. Because it killed me a few times. I'm just trying to think of any other one. Yep, large soul of a proud knight. Hidden wall. I mean, you can go for this stuff earlier on, if you're one of those people who can perfectly parry or dodge everything. Ah, yes. And the giant who helped, and up here, this gets you also access to the giant who opened the gate for you in the first damn place. Sorry, buddy. The giants in the trolls in Elden Ring are still far stronger. But I suppose it's to be expected. Those trolls have had combat training and are expected to fight. Alright. And yeah, that's an instant death. There is no surviving that fall. Well, it means he can't close the gate anymore, so free run for everybody on Sen's Fortress. Knock yourselves out. But yeah. And now we're just back where we started. There aren't any other ones here, so that's nothing to worry about. Alright. So, we'll go improve Artorias' blade and get 2 more times at least, I think. I think that'll put it at +4. And then we'll need 4 pieces for the final level, I think is the way it goes. It's been a little bit. Alright.
It won't. I'm afraid you...
Okay, and he was talking about the Flame Ember. He can't use it, so... Alright. This great sword of Artorias. Oh! +4. I need 1 more piece to get us to +5. Okay.
Don't get yourself neither of...
So let's see. Best place to go for that... Like I said, the catacombs would probably be the easiest way. Yeah, I guess. I'm just trying to think of what's the quickest way to get there. The depths? No. Or... I'm at 43, so... Large soul of a proud knight. That should be enough. Yep. Get that level. So... so hard to think where the other last one I need is. Oh, there's the one in Anor Londo. Hey, Senditas. I guess that's... yeah. There's the one in Anor Londo. There's the one... I'm truly trying to remember where all of them are. Because there's none left between here and the bell. Trying to think. There's none left between here and the bell. The Firelink and the bell. There's none left in the sanctuary. There's none left... as I say, the one in Anor Londo's like little church is one I can think of. As I say, unless someone sells one, which I don't think they do. By the way, how's its damage looking anyway? So, currently still lacking comparatively, but in the long run... oh. Hey, look. A pendant. A simple pendant with no effect. Even so, pleasant memories are crucial to survival on arduous journeys. Yeah, wanna guess who killed her? Let's see what he has to say for himself. The man who abandoned her in a... even worse, he killed her and left her humanity. So he didn't even take what he would have wanted from her. Hello.
Are you sure? Then what terrifying... all because of my shortcoming. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm distracted.
And all of a sudden, he's got great helix. Nope, nope, and he still doesn't have...
oh, I'm distracted.
Uh-huh. So, yeah. He killed her, he killed Reyna for the spell. Because she was a rich noblewoman and he's desperate to keep his mind.
By the lords! You damn fool! Enough of you! Feel the wrath of the gods!
No! This can't be. It can't end like this.
And the ivory talisman. Medium for casting Miracles of the Gods. Ivory talismans are only granted to female clerics, and their value is affected dramatically by their owner's faith. So yeah, he killed her to take her humanity. He killed her more out of jealousy and anger than anything else.
Oh, hello there. You've been a stranger. Why? Tell me about it.
He wants to know about the pyromancy we've taken, specifically the chaos type.
Why, yes, of course. Thank you for sharing. I'm still an able pyromancer. I'm in your debt.
Unfortunately, what we've done is just...
pyromancy produce flame, then channel it. The pyromancer must be my home, the Great Swamp. You will understand, brother. Goodbye then. Be safe, though you dare.
A good man, Laurentius, but his curiosity will get the best of him yet. And we see Big Head has left as well.
Oh, there you... Master Logan has left. It seems that he is still determined to find... I intend to search for him. You see, Master Logan has left most with them. I can have done before I leave on this journey.
So yeah, this mage will stay.
Oh, well, then let us begin as promised.
He now will sell you all of Logan's spells and enable you to... so you can still use it. By the way, Soul Spear requiring 36 intelligence. Wee. Fall control's not bad. Basically, he's here till you buy everything, then he'll go looking for him. By the way, if you're going to use magic, bellowing and lingering. Bellowing being amazing.
Alright. That should help. May we meet him?
Alright. And what Laurentius is going looking for is one of the spells, spellcasters who, one of the witches of Izalith who are still around. Alright, guess I'm doing this the long way and just for that last +1. Oh well. But those will be the equipment we want to use anyway. Well, since we're going down here, we might as well use Artorias' sword. After all, it is using holy damage, so it should be most effective down here. Alright. It's funny the way the damage is calculated. Because technically speaking, this has the exact same, slightly less damage, but as you can see, it doesn't hit the same. That's because the way damage is processed, having a single massive damage type versus it being split between two types that can be resisted individually. Yeah. Yep. Still, we hit pretty hard, so... and we can tank a good hit or two. So we're pretty alright. Though, we are starting to come up towards the end of the game. So I have to wonder if there's any particular games anyone wants me to play. Because... let's see, I don't think I feel like going straight to Dark Souls 2. I want to break these games up. But I need something small till I get... because I kind of want to go back. I want to do Monster Mania. And that should carry me for a while, at least... hopefully until I get to... what you want to call it, monster menu, which would then lead us to, of course, Final Fantasy 16, which is then followed by, though there is some time difference, that should help us get to let's see, Armored Core. Alright, we can drop down here. Tag the bonfire just so. And then, if I get that. Okay. And with any luck, we get the final piece of Demon Titanite, and this weapon becomes a +5, and we're all good. Let's see. Yeah. Quickest way will be to come up here, to the right, left, and down. Alright. We'll go back to the Black Knight. Now I'll even cast so yeah, if you have a high faith, by all rights the Ivory Talisman is better. Only if you have a high faith. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Yep. There we go. And we're done. Sweet. Nestling coffin. Can you even still do this? I was gonna say, I've killed Nito. Yeah, I killed Nito. This was how you access one of the covenants. This one would be one of the Gravekeepers. But you require an item, actually, I think is also the thing. Yeah, you need an item. Yep. So there we go. And this should be it. And actually, we should be able to do it ourselves. Yep, the Great Sword of Artorias to +5. Alright. So, yeah, because it's now on the same par, but it draws from various stats, it now is slightly heavier, but now it's officially on slightly stronger. Technically speaking, but still hitting a single damage type. Again, it's one of those things, quirks of the way defense works in this game. Alright. So, back to the Daughter of Chaos. Alright. Alright. So we can ride the elevator down. And then because then we can walk down here. Yep. And wait, yeah, no, because then to the left is, right before this fight, is where we can head down. Yeah. And try and engage this. Okay. Or at least we should be able to run past. Alright. But, because we... Alright. Nope. Here he is.
Was it all a lie? Have I done this all for nothing? Oh, I did my son. Was it all? Oh, my.
Note, the fact that we don't fight him here means that we did the quest correctly. We killed the one bug we needed to, and we're now able to keep going. Alright, 2 more pieces of Twinkling Titanite. But yeah. So, notes, again, we don't have to fight this guy. This shortcut still works, even if you don't kill him, so... And he's only got 1 leg, so... Yep, still hurts. Yeah. There we go. Yep, and once you're far enough... Yeah, and like you see, most people just zap him with, hit him with bows. But yeah, with the way defense goes in this game, the Black Knight Sword is technically better. At least at first blush. The advantage to Notorious is that it hits, that its damage is also drawn from 4 sources. So in repeat playthroughs, this is absolutely one of your best weapons. And yeah, that's a whole lower region of the Lost Izalith you could go through. I kinda expected someone to be here, but I guess not. Alright. Well, as things stand... let's head to the boss. This boss actually requires something almost no other boss requires to this degree. And that is foreknowledge and mobility. So I think I'll be sticking to the Black Cleric set for this. Let's see. Take that off. Probably want to do Havel's Ring, so we're on the faster roll, and any more stable shields, because yeah, 95. Yeah, I have the strength. That's gonna put me at the slower... Yeah, that's still not horrible. Okay. Yep. Okay, let's do this. You'll see why. Alright, folks. This boss is also kinda cheap. Let me be perfectly honest, this boss is kinda cheap. It's a gimmick fight more than a straight-up one. Alright, folks. We have a nice little slide section, which means absolutely nothing. You do not have to dodge anything. To bring us to the Bed of Chaos. What remains of the Witch of Izalith? Nope, I can't lock on in this. Alright. Alright. Arms flailing. Well, this is as big a fuck me light as we can possibly get. Oh yeah. Here we go. After hitting it and breaking one of its bonds, we unleash its true form. Chaos Unleashed. Sorry, couldn't resist the Sonic reference. But yeah. And the floor starts to collapse. Yeah. Yep. It's going to be attacking you while the floor is collapsing. Yeah. And it's going to try and knock you into that location. It's also got a second free arm. Yeah. Yep. And again, the floor is going to be collapsing, and it's going to be trying to push you right into those pits. Yep. Yeah. And there we go. Round 2 done. But guess what, folks? We just let it free. We let chaos free. Now, we're not done. Oh no. Yeah. What you saw there, that's part of it. But now comes the real pain in the ass part of this. Alright. It's not them pushing you. We now have access to the lower part of this area. Yep. Oh yeah, this is BS rough. Yep. And yeah. On the upside, yeah, the one upside to this is that you don't have to do the first 2 parts. Unless they changed it in the Remastered edition, all you have to do is now make that jump. There's a jump you can make, or you can take the way past their hands. So, yeah, no, this boss has an element of luck. a painful amount of it, kinda. Yeah. So, yeah, it's up to you how you want to approach this, but there's a path basically behind where its hands are waving in the front that'll lead back and lead you down a slope. Or you can make the jump of faith to that little platform underneath. It's really up to you. Alright. But yeah, hang in there, Solaire. Alright. But yeah, this boss... This is one of those bosses that just sucks. Nobody likes it. It is awkward and mechanically just... There's a reason this is an area I remember just getting done and never touching again. Between the dragon legs, between having to kill Solaire... Yeah. Boy. There's just so much in this area that you would rather just not deal with. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Basically, like I said, it's because you're hitting a single defense harder instead of splitting your damage to hit two different defenses. And which one it'll come out better for you will really just depend on the enemy. Alright. Though you'll be pleasantly happy to know that once you are to where you need to be in the boss fight, the boss fight's basically over. The Bed of Chaos, the actual physical form, has almost no HP. So it's just getting there is the boss fight. Alright. Now we get to see. Did they change it where you have to redo the first two parts? Nope! Because this doesn't happen unless, yeah, it's fully unchained. So yeah. It's fully unchained, so all we have to do is this last part. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Yep. Oh no! I thought there was a way back here. Oh, no. Okay. Ow. So no, it is just the jump. Okay. Nothing we can do about that. Yep. So you just have to make this jump. Yep. Yep. Okay. And made it. Okay. So then all we have to do is make it here. Nope. Dodge the flame vents. Ow. Bullshit. Okay. Yeah. Because the Bed of Chaos is just back here. And it's just, yeah. humanity, a bequeathed Lord's soul, and 60k. Yeah. Mother of Demons. The witch Izalith attempted to duplicate the first flame from a soul, but instead created a distorted being of chaos and fire. Its power formed a bed of life, which would become the source of all demons, and is more than enough to satiate the Lord Vessel. So, this area. So the only place left, ladies and gentlemen, the only one left, is, well, up here. You can follow me if you want, I'm not, but I don't really care about you, man. There's only one soul left to us. The traitor, Seath the Scaleless, who coveted the scales of immortality and then using the dead and decaying flesh, giving it new life as demons, is what the Bed of Chaos was doing. But Seath, well, he sought immortality. He's had obviously come to some level of success. After all, I mean, he's still alive after all this time, right? Let's see, how's our magic defense looking? 203. Let's see, anything a little higher? Not much. Yeah, the partner set is pretty much where we're looking. I could buy the, we'll stick with the physical defense though. Alright. Let's get to work. Yeah. Lucky pricks. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm being silly. Alright. Because I'm being careless, because it... Yep. There we go. Alright. And got him. And got. And, okay, I have to actually take this seriously. Alright. Well, I guess we go traditional. From there, then... Crest Shield, which is the one that has the 80% magic. Yep. Yeah, I could see that. Take that off. Alright. Let's try this again. Alright. Yeah, we look about the roll now. The undead who will become Lord, huh? And the only thing between us and that... Yeah, this is... Oh, you can backstab them. I can... You know, for the life of me, I thought they were unbackstabbable because they're covered in crystal. I legitimately thought that. Alright. Okay. Wow. Holy crap. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, replenishment might as well. Well, thank you for letting me regen a little. Okay. There you go. You're good. Ugh. Yeah, your accuracy is ridiculously good. Alright. Okay. So we're good there? Looks like it. So then, we've already checked out all the side areas and the treasure chests. So, up we go. Alright. I don't remember how many enemies are up here. Alright. And up this narrow crystal-laden passage, we come to... You need a ring. Do you? Let's see why. Seeth the Scaleless with no hesitation, just up here up front. Alright. Let's do this. He's kind of of in the background, though. Oh. Okay. Oh. Well, that looks like it hurt. Oh. It just covers the place in crystals. Yep. Just keeps casting. Well, he's definitely survived this long for a reason. Wait, what? The hell? This isn't where we started. Here's the funny bit, folks. We've been captured. Seath's showing his skill, and also a bit of hint of his story. He managed to trap us. If we died here, like if these guys kill us, we would respawn at that bonfire. Simply put, without the Lord vessel, we would be completely captured here. But as we've been placed under the care of a sleeping guard, cell key. Convenient, huh? But yeah, we've been captured. A demonstration of what Seath's been working on. So, this would be confirmation that the Snake Men of Sen's fortress are, in fact... By the way, those two would have actually run past us up there to get away from what's coming. Because what's coming are these aggressive siren monsters. But there's more coming. They just take... Oh, they got wedged. It happens every now and then. They try to come up 3 at a time and they get wedged. It's kind of funny. They'll eventually work themselves out. Yeah. They eventually do. It's just one of those funny little quirks of the way the system is. Anyway. These squid-headed monsters are here to protect this place, seemingly. And they're sicked on anyone who manages to escape. You'll note that they have a spike that protrudes out before they attack. That's worth noting, because that's a motif we'll see in later games. Squid-headed with a spike. I'm trying to think, did we see anything in Elden Ring like that? to the prison. And that music is very specific. And this one. Yeah. There's two here that are very much focused on each other. Yep. And there's even two more back here. They're shaking. They're scared. They're absolutely terrified. I mean, I know we've killed every other one, but we were defending ourselves. Well, there's no point in harming them, right? Yep. By the way, these guys, I believe, are statistically exactly the same as they were in Sen's Fortress. I don't think they get any extra HP or anything. If only a little, if they do at all. It's a relief. That music is done. Archive giant door key. Sobbing. You need to understand several things that should be made clear by this scene alone. What Seath has been working on required living experimentation to ensure that immortality was in reach. Pitiably, these two experiments were souls captured by Seath. Very much reminiscent of what the abductor virgins would do, what would happen to the victims of the abductor virgins back in Elden Ring. Seath experimented on every one of those women that we cut down on our way down here. He transformed them against their will, turning their bodies into this. There's no way to undo what he's done. The best thing we can do is give them the basest form of mercy. You know, in ancient times, mercy was called not to stop a fight, but it was end it quickly. Let it just be over. soothing sunlight and bountiful sunlight. Special miracle granted to the maidens of Guinevere, Princess of the Sun. Restores high HP for self and vicinity. The miracles of Guinevere, the princess cherished by all, grant their blessing to a great many warriors. So potent is it that it requires 48 faith, 2 slots, and you only get 3 uses. Bountiful sunlight. Same thing. Self and vicinity. Yeah. So, I want you to understand what that means. Seath didn't care who he experimented on, so long as he felt that they were a viable experimentation target. In this case, he took the maidens of Guinevere, the Princess of the Sun, one of the most revered and respected people, and used them, turned them into these things. And I will remind you, in the ring of Guinevere's own ring, the ring is granted to those who enter a covenant. The Princess of Sunlight Guinevere left Anor Londo along with many other deities, and later became wife to Flame God Flan. This is why she left. Gwyn didn't stop her followers from being persecuted.
Hello again. What a chance meeting this is. Alas, I'm imprisoned once again. The archives. Such a store. The thought offends me as a student of the art.
Yeah, and Logan got himself...
The thought as a...
I think... Yeah, no, it's a special key you need for him. You'll have to find later. But we'll definitely be back. Though he's not wrong. The archives... Just think of all the books here. The archives, the knowledge that has to be here. Yeah, it's enough to drive anyone mad. Though how much of this knowledge is truly necessary is up for debate. Though it's clear there was some mechanic here that allowed the stairs or something else to move and access these books. But no longer. And as far as the keys to this place, the Archive's cell key. The Archive Tower, once a trove of precious tomes and letters, became a prison after the onset of Seath's madness. The Serpent Men who guard the prison know not the value of what they hide. In the basement of the tower are writhing mistakes of the terrifying experiments conducted there. Perhaps the Serpent Men were careless, for there are several keys scattered about the tower which fit the Archive Tower cells. Yeah, it's basically the idea that this place wasn't a prison. It was just the Archive Tower, which was just convenient for him to hide the mistakes of his experimentation down there. But those mistakes, well, they were precious subjects to certain things. And this was the extra key. A particular brave warrior who got locked in here and was forgotten, and the Serpent Men had no intention of ever letting him out. the cell we left in. Let's see, there was the second door. The extra key. Yeah, which would allow you to fall down there. Yeah, and without the music playing, the squid women do not actually attack you. They just stay in their pen. So, alright. Oh, I see, there was an elevator at one point, wasn't there? No, that's just something else. Okay. I thought that was for an elevator. I'm like, there was an elevator in here? Well, at least that explains the mechanics in the center of the room. Alright, this looks survivable. Okay. Yeah, because then we just drop down to where the snake went. Okay. Sweet. Alright. So, that's about it for the archives. Of course, Seath tried to deny that he... But I very much doubt Guinevere was ever truly believed him in the slightest. Which is where I kind of balk at the idea that people believe that Seath and Priscilla are the... Seath and Guinevere are the reason Priscilla exists. I don't truly believe that. If anyone, I believe Priscilla is related to, draw distance. Personally, I'm of the belief Priscilla is actually related to, Gwendolyn. Yeah, no, we're not surviving that fall, though. Alright. Archive Tower, giant door key. Is used to let us out. And here we find ourselves. Yeah, really didn't realize they were... Yeah, still backstabbable. Alright. Naturally, there's an ambush there. There we go. Yep. There we go. And there we go. Okay, now we're good. Alright. Alright, folks. Now, welcome to the pain in the ass part of this. Because now, we're in the archives, the Duke's proper manse. Yep. And these guys like to teleport away and... yeah. Nice. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep. Right. Nice. Okay, we're getting there. Lots of enemies that love to snipe you. Unsurprisingly, they're just all over the damn place. Hey, we picked up a humanity. Alright. Now, I say, the thing you have to know about this place is these ladders can be switched around. So their initial position is not necessarily the only way you want them to be. Alright. Yep. Okay. Okay. Then there's the one down here. Okay. Almost there. Cool. Alright. We're getting there, folks. Seath's Fortress, Seath's freaking Archives of Manor is one of the more frustrating places for a melee build. And yeah, they do that on purpose just so you don't get unfairly hit. While you're forced to hit a switch. Okay. That's one. And another hit. Good. We're getting there. Alright. Need to get rid of this archer up here. And then we can go for that caster over there. They're called channelers officially. Alright. Yeah, I'm used to doing this stuff having some decent ranged options. So focusing only on melee has been a bit of a challenge for me this playthrough. But, hey, variety is the spice of life, right? Alright. Yep. Now he'll teleport to the other side. Yeah. Yeah, I see you dancing there. Alright. Alright. Switch it around. Alright. Good night. Those guys have an incredibly low drop rate for their stuff, though. I will say that. I have rarely ever gotten their damn staff. Which I believe has this really interesting triple hit stab. Alright, well, I'm not going to bother with him, so... And we'll soon be at an angle where he can't hit me anyway, so whatever. Alright, we're almost to where we want to be. Oh. Ow. Prick. Alright. Because the switch we want to hit is right here. Because... this switch, it opens us to the main library. And more importantly, to this bonfire. And this bonfire, I believe, is warpable. Huh. I thought this one was one of the warpable ones. Oh well. It's still useful. Alright. So, we now have access to a lot of areas, actually. We have access to the whole archives. We've now officially escaped Seath's attempt at killing us, or first attempt at killing us. Yep. And if we try hard enough, we can get back to the opening area. Let's see. Alright. Yeah. That archer up on the bookcase. I'm trying to remember exactly how you're supposed to drop down to him. I think it's on like the ladder up. Yeah, I think it's like the ladder up there. But yeah. We now have access to not only the archives, but our way back to the front of the area. There are now some opening stairs that open bookcases that weren't open originally that locked us into fighting Seath in that room. Bear in mind, Seath is in that room still. So if you want to go fight him again like that, feel free. But, long story short, that's not a winnable fight. With any kind of real logic, anyway. But yeah. Yeah. There we go. And this is the front of the archives where we came in originally. Just wanted to show that off because that's also this bookcase was closed and we weren't able to access the back part of the archives. And what you hear up there is another one of the channelers trying to go after us. Your mileage may vary on how much you're going to want to deal with that. However, there are still several things in here to check out. Not a mimic. More blue titanite chunks. And yeah, the archer's after you, but whatever. Oh. Not a mimic. There it is, Chandler set. Helm of the Chandler, sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. The 6 eyes are arranged in 2 vertical columns to compensate for Seath's lack of sight. The heaviest protective gear for sorcerers imbued with magic. Yeah, it's some nice magic defense on it. But for sorcerers, it's also extremely heavy, so... Alright. Archive Giant Cell Key. Ah, the one we need to liberate Logan. I see bloodstains in front of a chest. Wonder what that could mean. Well, even without the bloodstains. You knew one of them had to be. Way too many chests in one area. Oh, this one actually gives us the symbol of avarice. This is one of the funnier items. Monster head resembling a treasure chest. Once an ancient god, it is said that the symbol of shame imposed on a long-lost clan. It is said this is the symbol of shame imposed on a long-lost clan, exiled for the sin of avarice. Wearing this slightly raises soul absorption and item discovery, but also affects its wearer with the curse of the branded. In other words, you get better item drops, but you're constantly losing health from that thing. Alright. down here, yet another one of these crystal guys. Oh. Did that lid move? No, it didn't. Okay. 20 prism stones. Would you believe that's actually going to be needed? We'll get to that when we get to it, but in this new area, in one of the more daunting moments of, wait, you walk you right to the edge as if you're going to fall off. Alright. Hey folks, remember what I said about golden colored crystal giants? Yeah, this whole area is covered in crystal giants, so if you need blue titanite, this is the place to get it. So if you want to make magic weapons, feel free. Yeah. Alright. And Onionite, how the hell did you manage to get in here?
It was you who rescued me. Why,
oh, you're
thank you. I am Vigeland of Katarina. I don't know how I ended up in that crystal. It wasn't terrible in there, but I could hardly move. I must think of some way to repay you.
This is Sieglind. We've been dealing with Siegward. Some relation?
Oh, have you seen my father?
Her
you wouldn't
father?
miss him. A suit of armor just like mine. Yes, I see. Tell and again.
Oh no, I didn't mean to hit no. I actually...
Yes, I tell him that Vigeland is... and again.
Alright. But yeah, she'll go looking for him now. Alright. Yeah. The regular ones are just kind of automaton golems that are just here to protect the area. Yeah, they're not the worst thing. Yep, blue titanite chunks. And 3 of them together.
Oh.
Ow. Alright. Yep. We're doing alright. Yep. If you need blue titanite chunks, which you can have Fram to break down into regular titan. I forget if blue titanite chunks break specifically into regular chunks. I forget how the conversion is done. Yep. Not too bad. Alright. Well, it is worth exploring this area. After all. Not bad. In an area that leads down and is utterly covered in crystals, and is quite heavily guarded, all things considered. Alright. Well, we're getting there. last one, I think. Love to see it. Alright. Now, let's begin our descent into this hole. Wow, this is some slick terrain. We're gonna have to be careful. Be wary of hiding place. Good luck. This is the Crystal Cave. As you might expect, you're going to see plenty of crystal golems. Obviously, the guard dogs for Seek the Scaleless. Though it seems crystals have somehow become his domain. Though these crystals do greatly resemble something we've seen before. Glintstone. And the way it's growing and consuming everything around it, well, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that this is a variety of some kind, or at least a relative of glintstone. And here, we see another suggestion of the moonlight butterfly was not unique. It was simply one of many. It was simply the one that got lost. And here's a mechanic they're teaching you for free. There's invisible floors here. However, they're not everywhere. And it can be hard to tell where one is. Note, most of the moonlight butterflies won't attack you, generally, if you don't attack them. So, it can be easier to just leave them be. Alright. Yeah. Actually gonna throw on the Ring of Sacrifice. So if I fall off and die stupidly, at least I have my stuff left. Yeah. Yep. Now another way you can tell is with the item we got, Prism Stones. They're thrown a few inches in front of you, so ooh, I believe that's the rainbow one that's supposed to be pretty rare. Yep. Just don't walk past it. Yep. Alright. And we've made it. Now there's another path to go there, but we have to deal with this first. Another gold one. Wonder who's in this. Actually, I don't believe anyone. Okay. And yes, as you imagine, your goal is to get down to the bottom. And yeah, there's a way over there. way down over here. Yeah. Alright. Imminent fall. Yeah. I think there's no... As I say, I believe fighting this gold golem is completely optional. Okay. Yeah, he sees me, of course, but can he get to me is the question. So you can either use your prism stones or watch... Yeah. Or watch where the crystal stuff falls. Yeah. Nerve-wracking, ain't it, folks? Oh, this stuff makes you... This is the stuff that makes you go crazy. Alright. I'm pretty sure we can land here. Whew. Okay. Alright. Whew. Made it. And... yeah. Next up, we see the enemies that... made up of giant skulls in a clan. Yeah. Alright. They're pretty aggressive too, actually, which is the weird part. Yep. Yeah. There's quite a few of them, too. Wow. Okay, the R2, two-handed R2 is enough to actually... And yeah, they dropped Twinkling Titanite. Makes you wonder, what's the Twinkling Titanite made out of? Alright. Here they come. Nice. Yep. Yep. There we go. Nope. Sorry if you guys can hear that from the highway. Not much I can do about that. But... alright. And at the very back of this place, there's something truly shiny. Wow. Alright. Whew. So what I'm going to do, honestly, is throw on Homeward Bone. Because all the way back here, is a single piece of light, of crystal. A piece of pure glintstone, if I had to guess, that Seath has jealously guarded. And he'll do the exact same thing he did to the game originally. Your best bet? Get back here and smash this. And then, Seath's power has been decreased. He no longer is this blinding creature. But it's clear that he's no longer the dragon he once was. The three tails alone should tell you that. He's degraded. The butterfly wings. Everything about Seath speaks of how he's been decayed and brought low compared to his... Yep. The music. Seath does have a tail cut, and it is the most obnoxious one to get. Because of how fast he is at turning. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, no, Seath is obnoxious with turning. Yeah, getting his tail cut is mostly the hardest part for him. I may not get it. It is also, though, one of the more legendary weapons, being the Moonlight Greatsword. A trademark weapon from Soft Titles. By the way, yeah. For those curious, yes. He does, in fact. His crystals do, in fact, inflict curse. Nope, didn't get the tail cut. Nope. But we did finish off Seath. Gained a humanity. Must have been stolen from someone else, because he sure as hell had none. But yeah. Note that we didn't get Seath's soul itself. His had long since been corrupted and destroyed. Alright. And the funny bit is, with that, we're technically done. 4 souls. Nito, first of the dead. The soul was discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. Gravelord Nito administers the death of all manner of beings. The power of this soul is so great that it satiates the Lord Vessel, despite the fact that much of its energy has already been offered to death. Lord Soul of the Bed of Chaos and the Mother of all Demons. The 4 kings who fell to dark. Albino Seath the Scaleless, a fragment of a Lord's soul discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it will satiate this Lord Vessel. They talk about how these are all very decayed pieces of this. Oh. done it. We've completed. Oh?
Oh, hello again.
Oh, it's
We're
you.
both managing quite well, aren't we? But I haven't found my father.
Sure, why not?
Really? I'm sorry he's caused you trouble.
No worries.
Really?
So she's off after him. And we've done it. We need only speak to we only need to speak. But there's something bothering us. Hasn't this journey been a little too direct? Hasn't our task really been more of a cleanup of dirty secrets and sins of the past? Even the ring that was given to us from Princess Guinevere speaks of how she's already gone, and we've already confirmed she is no more.
Oh, chosen undead, thou hast... Please, Father's rule that thou shalt endeth this eternal hidden-seeker friend, the primordial. Now thou shalt, may thou be...
Let's decide for ourselves. What do you think? After all our work, all our struggles, what awaits us is not the falsehood, the lies.
Thou that tarnishest the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
And for our acts, Gwyndolin has declared us a traitor, and seeks that we shall be killed. By none other than their own Dark Moon Blades. Note that the giants are gone. The place is dark, cold. This is the true face. A Baldur Knight. A pair of Baldur Knights. One in steel armor, the other in the traditional garb of their people. The knights we've seen around. How many different places have we seen? Ow. Okay. Two enforcers of Gwyndolin's will. Naturally, there's one more we shall accept. that one. There. The one you would expect. Note that she's parked between you and the tomb. That Gwendolyn.
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a dead? How did you ever get this far? I shall end your suffering here.
Nope. Yeah, your parry stance is nice, but
But how? This man is a threat, Master Gwendolyn.
a Firekeeper soul. The first one we've found in a while. The only residents left now. The giants are gone. The demons are gone. The twilight sun that bathed this place is no more. Huh? The Silver Knights are still here? That's interesting. That's different. Okay, that's different. Everything used to be gone. Okay, now I'm genuinely curious. Is it just that they skipped and accidentally left those two knights? Or are all the knights now all that's left in there? I'm genuinely curious. Those two knights are there, are gone. Those two knights are there. How about the knight up here? Nope. This knight's gone. By the way, I genuinely was not expecting to kill Seath. I was not expecting to win that fight. Well, that's one resident still here. Oh my! So the Silver Knights still persist. Well, I guess that would make sense. Everything else. These are empty suits of armor that are just following commands. Oh, that's actually a bit of an interesting difference. Okay. I don't know if they did it for a mechanical reason, just to give you more access to more souls in the area. But, or if it's a lore-specific thing that, yeah, because they're empty, like, there's nothing inside any of those suits of armor. You will not get any humanity from killing them. That is interesting. Alright. Now, well, we upset Gwendolyn. So let's go finish and see what we can do, what else we can do. Still, that's a nice change actually. But yeah. The only other person who's here besides Gwendolyn is the blacksmith. But the blacksmith is a giant, and how to put it? He has his smithing work, and that is all he needs. Alright. Oh, wrong way. My bad, wrong way. But yeah, the mastermind of everything is Gwendolyn. In my mind, Gwendolyn was basically trying to create a situation wherein they could make up and free. Gwendolyn's hope was that we would replace Gwyn at the fire, taking his place and freeing him to come back. Alright. That should get us closer. Oh yeah. 40 strength. Nice. So, for those curious, if I wanted to, yeah, I could easily two-hand the Dragon Greatsword, but it doesn't get any scaling, so yeah, Black Knight Greatsword, similar kind of thing. Let's see. Like, I'm almost there where I could wield, like, the Dragon Tooth. Yeah. Oh no, I could wield the Dragon Tooth. It's 376 damage. But it is more magic resist. Alright. But we're not going to. Alright. For what we've done in upsetting Gwendolyn. Note we can no longer kneel. We could always traverse the light, but let's see. Don't need the Ring of Sacrifice, so and we'll just go with Steel Protection.
Heretic.
Yes.
First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
Alright. Gwendolyn. You'll note has a very serpentine figure. There are two ways to do this fight. The first is to work and slowly do a ranged combat. Yeah. The other is to slowly work your way up to it. Note that Gwendolyn has serpentine features. No, a grotesque body, I believe they've referred to as having. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Just time your rolls. If you can, get up to do a slash, but yeah. Just be patient. 100% physical resist shield. Gets rid of the bow shots. Yep. And just swing when you can. Don't get stressed about this. Gwendolyn wants you to panic. The Dark Sun, huh? Yep. Serpents. How much do you want to bet this is somewhat related to another serpent we knew, Rhea? Not bad. Alright. Oof. Yep. Rolled badly that time. Yep. 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 It takes some time to recover from... There we go.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Funny thing. Gwendolyn, the Dark Sun. Soul of Dark Moon Gwendolyn, god of the Dark Sun and guardian of deserted Anor Londo. Use the soul of Gwyn's last born to acquire huge souls or create a unique weapon. There is a Dark Moon catalyst you can make. And here is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. With only a single chair for Gwendolyn to sit in. A miracle of the sunlight blade. Requires 30 faith. Miracle wielded by Lord Gwyn's firstborn. Boost your right weapon with rays of the sun. The power of sunlight manifested as lightning is very effective against dragons. When the eldest son was stripped of his deific status, he left this on his father's coffin, perhaps as a final farewell. So this is the resting place of Gwyn. Publicly. And Gwendolyn ruled from down here. And we gained their soul. Now for me, it's worth noting to me, Gwendolyn seemed quite the schemer, and would manipulate people freely. My personal theory is that the Gwendolyn we just seemingly killed is not but yet another fake. It wouldn't surprise me that someone who calls himself the Dark Sun might have an opportunistic streak and figure, if we're strong enough to challenge them, that we would be able to do other things, and that would be worth manipulating further. Yeah. This is what Anna Orlando, abandoned but for the ghosts and the haunted and the armors that protects what was once was. It's interesting that the armors vanish, because what that implies is that the giants were part of the upkeep of the illusion. But the Silver Knights were actually, and the demons were, the giants and the demons weren't there, but the Silver Knights were. Alright. So modify, yeah. No, we don't want the Dark Moon Catalyst. Instead, let's do... Oh. Alright. I believe it's the bow. Longbow. For +5. Alright. Yep. Modify. Nope, not yet. Because I believe there's a special bow you can get using Gwendolyn's soul, his bow. Okay. So we'll need to ascend it to plus, yeah. So that would be... Okay. Alright, so I have to go ascend it real quick. Still, that's an interesting change. Because in the original game, the Silver Knights were gone. So the fact that they're still here makes it an interesting point that, so those are empty, and it makes sense. You don't get humanity from them at all. Though it begs the question why the giant ones were, I guess when you drop the pretense, those armors were always his. It's why they're the Silver Knights. Makes sense. Yep. And just use the homeward bone again, yeah. Alright. Firelink. Hey Ollie, how's it going? Let's see. So we can empower with the Firekeeper Soul. No, I'm just doing... this is a new run-through for me. I hadn't ever done a pure melee build. So I'm trying that anew as I'm going through the story and thinking of how it works with the equivalent of with Elden Ring. With the knowledge of Elden Ring, how did things change? Alright. And yeah, we could warp there, but just as easy to walk. Though we are at this point almost to the end. We have all 4 Lord Souls we need. Ended up getting the Black Knight sword early, so been building around that. But this explains, but things that are interesting, like the reason Baldur Knights make up the defenses of the cathedral that protects this place. The reason the Baldur Knights, the decay. The reason Baldur Knights here are the main protectors is because the Baldur Knights were hired on by Gwyndolin. Blocked a word? Huh. It might be YouTube's auto one, because I think I left on the auto block, but I didn't think there was anything major in it. At least nothing I remember seeing that was anything too bad. But we need to ascend this to a +10.
Well, up used needed.
We do have enough chunks to at least move that to a +7. Alright, so now we just need chunks to finish this up. And modify equipment, longbow to +6. Longbow to +7, 8, 9, 10.
Knight.
Alright, here we go. Oh, and I can show this off. Just to show this fact off. That she wasn't lying. Firekeeper is absent. You cannot light this bonfire. We can warp to it, but it's done. She wasn't lying. She is the Firekeeper of Anne Orlando. Everyone would have to pass through her. And as you can see, all the giants are gone. Yeah. And all that's left is I guess the dark sun, the moon otherwise. Luckily, the mechanics of this place still work. But yeah. It is interesting to see. We're almost to the end. And unveiled most of the truth. When the simple answer is, long story short, that in relation to Elden Ring, basically what was left, the souls, the people who survived, did their best to survive and live. And what eventually came of it all was, through the ages as that followed, things grew dimmer. The golden light was faded and transformed, becoming it adapted to this world. The crystals we saw down in Seath's domain, is the stones from the former academy. Lightning bow. Yep, dark moon bow. Requires pretty decent stats. Does in fact also does magic and physical damage. Yep, just requires 5,000 souls and the soul of Gwyndor. So, Brave Warrior should be enough. Yep. So, the Dark Moon Bow. So we can replace our composite with the Dark Moon. Bow born from the soul of the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, Dark Moon deity who watches over the abandoned city of the gods, Anor Londo. This golden bow is imbued with powerful magic and is most impressive with moonlight arrows. Speaking of, moonlight arrows, 500 a pop. Yeah. They're rough. I will pick up the Armor Smith box. Alright. But there. So we now have... And using the bow, our attack goes 256. So that's not disrespectful for a long-range weapon. Because range is usually more for provoking or basically getting you around. Alright. So, what's left then? Well, anything else I really wanted to do? Or show off? We've been through the DLC. We've been through the Painted World. We've been through all the side areas. We revealed the truth of Anor Londo. I still hold that there's little proof, but there is a lot of places where you'd find here this third statue. A lot of people could say that it was just it's Gwyn's son, his firstborn, and it's removed because the firstborn lost his deific status as part of the family, basically being disowned. I don't necessarily believe that myself. The fact that it's 2 steps instead of the single one. Am I being invaded or whatever? My personal belief is that this don't know what that was about. My personal belief is largely that this belonged to the wife of Gwyn. That being the further pygmy. Because nowhere ever do we hear about where his children's mother is. And it would make sense if she was a human, a primeval human, much the same Manus was, and that she was smaller and considered elsewhere. For example, Firelink. Finish the game or continue? It's a question. I could also go back and, just so you know, basically all that happens if you let Logan out of his cell is he goes to the archives, goes insane, and kills you, and comes back to kill you. Just, you get a spell for it, but it's not really especially noteworthy. But yeah. Because to me, this statue of a mother and her child, with what I could believably be Gwyn, wines, and goats, as well as wheats all rising up to praise her, would be the furtive pygmy. Here we see what would be potentially guards for her. And further along here, even now they hit relatively hard. At least on the counter blow. Nope. Ow. Yeah. But yeah. Down here, the same statue, again on a pedestal, the same as we saw. And it's a mother holding a child holding a sword. It's a clear vision that we can see up here. Here, a statue, broken. This would be the son who was no more, who was stripped of his deific status. Who a lot of us really did end up thinking was Solaire. I mean, his name's Solaire. But yeah. And with the son, the first child of Gwyn being a war god, it seems way too coincidental to this statue to not be... It would make sense it's taken down in Anne Orlando, but the furtive pygmy, who was probably more popular than Gwyn with the regular people who lived here, it makes sense that they would keep up her statues and would praise her still. I cannot say that the coincidences don't line up to anything else in my mind. Still, we all have our own interpretations, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying that this is what I think. Now, one thing I can show you all, actually, is we put on the Covenant of the Abyss, and we warp back to the Abyss. Back into the darkness. Huh. I guess not. Or do you have to kill Frampt? Because you can make an attempt to kill Frampt. And he'll go away. And then there's another serpent, Koth. Darkseeker Koth, who you can entreat with, who will basically do the same functions. Alright.
Is it?
Alright, if we... Blue Titanite chunk. Green Titanite, okay. Titanite slab. Yeah, because I'm not making any of these 10 weapons. White Titanite chunk, okay. Yeah. And yeah, you can feed him all sorts of weapons. Yeah. The slabs get you the plus 10. Yeah, we're good.
The beings who possess these souls have outlived their usefulness, or have as the primordial serpent. Let there be no guilt.
They've outlived their usefulness is the key phrase and the more accurate truth.
The beings who possess...
Let's go.
Very well. Then...
Let's reach the end. These serpents probably existed, but were held at bay by the golden power of the Earth Tree and the power of those that lived before in Elden Ring. So these are the opportunists taking advantage of the dark. We know this not only because of anything else, but take a look behind us. There's multiple of the Lord Vessel. You wouldn't need many of them unless you were prepared for things to go wrong. And look at the architecture for this place. It's somewhere under Izalith. This is the same architecture. But still, we are here at the Lord Vessel. All we can do now is offer up the souls. There are many people who jump off to their deaths and such. And it's open. What do you have to say now?
Oh. The Lord Magnificent. You and I am... Your acquaintance was an honor. I must admit, I am fond of you humans. May you enjoy serendipity. And may the age of fire perpetuate.
No, you can't leave.
Is it?
Oh no, you can.
The beings who at that.
Okay.
Farewell.
So nothing more to say. Let us be on our way. Passing through the souls of the Black Knights and Silver Knights. Death ahead. Yeah, let's just put the steel ring on. The kiln of the first flame. Though it doesn't look the same. Though note, this place has been walled off Even if we wanted to, there is no way we could leave. Aside from the teleport, the shortcut. This is what makes me believe that what we just passed through, this stairwell, is effectively bringing us finally back to the lands of Elden, in the Elden Ring, the lands between. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where I truly believe we are. The kiln of the first flame. It was moved or transported over time, but this is the Giant's Cauldron. And the only thing you fight here are Black Knights. Prepare yourself for that. And yeah, it's a good source of Titanite chunks, so yeah, if you want chunks to finish off upgrading your equipment, this is a good place to come. Alright. And the Great Sword version. Oof. Damn. Yep. Red Titanite chunk. All of the chunks and the slabs are all pieces of the Elden Ring that have long since lost their holy glow. I definitely believe that. But, like everything, they adapt. The biggest thing that you learned about in Elden Ring is how life adapted to so many different ways. If it wasn't the another Black Knight sword, but we got a better one, so we're good. But yeah. In various ways life adapted. Ah, the full Black Knight set. How does it compare to the Silver Knight, just out of curiosity? I haven't looked in a long time. Pretty much equal, just more fire defense versus lightning defense. That's what I figured. Alright. Alright. And we're continuing our descent into the kiln itself. The place we were never allowed to touch in Elden Ring. Yeah, no. Yeah, the Great Axe is... one of my first playthroughs, the Great Axe did become one of my big carries, because God, that thing hits stupidly hard. And you don't stagger the way these guys do on the one-handed swing. Believe it or not, you don't. You actually swing it better than me. Like, we should have the strength to show, just to show this off. Because this is disgusting. Black Knight Great Axe. Yep. Look at that. Look at that. That is disgusting. And that's still 407 base. Yeah. Like the Dragon King Great Axe again. All the dragon weapons don't get any stat buffs though, but require such immense power to do so. Imagine if they did have stat scaling. Oof. Try a close range battle. Yeah. I'm going to use up replenishment on my way to the fight. And of course the last one is the spear version. Well, more halberd. Nice. He overextended and we paid for it. And we're good. And there's the halberd. Not my favorite version. Alright. Here we are. Praise the sun. Actually... I'm just remembering something. And I know this is really stupid. I'm wondering if it's still true. Reverse hollowing. Alright. I imagine there's plenty of people looking to gank you in this area, so this will be amusing if nothing else. Plus, like I said, extra chunks, man. It's really hard to complain about them. Alright. I imagine I'm gonna get ganked here, but it's at least worth a shot. Because if so... Okay, the basic truth is, if Solaire doesn't go mad, I believe he helps you with the final boss. Nice. Like I said, more Titanite chunks. Because finishing off this armor set would be nice. But if I get to the final boss and... yeah, we'll just go ahead and try. Still... Ow. Yep. Yeah. And that, oh. Yeah, no. And done. Yeah, these guys are pretty dependable on the chunks. So yeah. Like I said, I'm curious to see if Solaire actually is here, or if I screwed up some step. If I have, so be it. I've definitely beaten this boss solo many times, several times. Not many, I won't say, but several times at the very least. Alright. Alright. Wow. Oh, I screwed up. I got overzealous. That's on me. Got cocky, kid. Yeah, I did. Alright. Too bad I don't have a bunch of humanity sitting in my back pocket. No, you can warp away, you can go do other stuff. You are not required to do so. Now, what happened to these knights? Note that these are silver knights. These are not Aren't these the silver or the black? No, these... No, the horns are up, so it's the black. No, wait, because the... Yeah, the horns are more wide-angled if they're black. The silvers are more circular. Kiln of the first flame. Okay, let's try this again. Alright. Yeah. Hey, I don't know if he's guaranteed or just has a really high drop rate, but I ain't complaining. Because that's what? 4 chunks. That is not bad, nothing to sniff at. 4 chunks means we can... Yeah, so that means at least +2, another one plus... Ooh. Yep. Nice. Yeah, I'm being reckless. We're at the end, so it's just... Yeah. Oh, and we are at 20... Oh, we're at 20 Estus flash shots. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I can afford to be reckless. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at the architecture. It very much reminds me of... the Colosseum where you fight Palsidex. And... like, it's interesting in the fact of the direction of the blast. Like, the direction of these energies that were moving around here is to the left, to the right, like it was swirling this way, swirling across. And also, these deep roots. There's a lot here, and it's hard to parse what exactly happened. What you can say with full assurance, though, is linking the fire is supposed to be a great honor. Does this look like a place? There we go. Lost the item, but oh well. Honestly, does this look like a place of great honor and nobility? Knight Solaire, I thought so. Come to confront the sun, huh? Let us go, my friend. I thought he would arrive. If you keep him alive this long, he helps you get and helps you with the final boss. It's not simple to keep him alive, but it is oh so worth it. And man, does he hit hard. By the way, funny fact, you know how if you do fight Solaire, you get his armor set, which you might expect to have some great power. Yep, it's middling to crap. Solaire's skill It's all him, baby. He is pure power. So his stats are re-damn-diculous. But they'll be appropriate for what we face now. Lord of Cinder. There's nothing left but cinders. You burned away. You reached too far. Yep. All that's left is cinders. You burned too far, too hard. There was nothing left of it. And Solaire returns to his time and place. Soul of Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, who linked the first flame. Lord Gwyn bequeathed most of his power to the gods, and burned as cinder for the first flame. But even so, Lord Gwyn's soul is a powerful thing indeed. Contains an incredible power. He gave away most of his power, and came here to link the fire. What does it mean to link the fire, and what did he link it to? He linked it to his very soul. And in doing so, he burned uncontrollably, using it to push back and fight the darkness. A thankless, remorseless task that was agonizing as he bled fire every instant. The greatest mercy we could have given him was putting it to an end. So, are we self-sacrificial enough to do this again ourselves? No. He made his choice. We will make our own. And returning,
My lord, bless thy safe return. Let Garth and Fraft serve your highness. We are here to serve your highness.
ladies and gentlemen, that is one of two endings for Dark Souls 1. When you choose to link the fire, all you see is the world starting to slowly be relit as the fire consumes you. However, such is the way of things. You chose, in this case, the character I chose would not sacrifice themselves. They would choose to live on, and choose to deal with the consequences of their actions. Blue didn't believe in martyrdom. They believed in taking responsibility and seeing things through for themselves. They were a natural skeptic and one to try their best and to keep their head level. Unfortunately, eventually, as life will always do, there's always something you cannot rationalize. And in those dark, quiet moments of life, you have to ask yourself, was it really worth it? And no one else but you can answer that. Still, this is a fantastic game. It's much clunkier than the following titles. All of them. Except, of course, Demon Souls. But it is still an exceptionally fun experience. A nice challenge. And if you give it time and you don't try to bang your head against a wall, you'll be alright. One thing that always caught me off guard the first time I played through was the softness of Wynn's theme. The soft piano playing as he attacks and covers the field in flame. And it always kind of struck me as kind of odd. Till I thought about it and realized it's because he's burned out, literally and figuratively. He's burned and sacrificed himself for the age of fire. But no one man can do everything. And simply put, when he wasn't there to solve all their problems, the gods dispersed as they always would, as people always do. Because though they were named gods and thought of and revered as such, they had power, but they weren't gods in the omnipotent sense. They were still people, ascended perhaps, granted great power and possible forms of immortality. But they were still people at heart and soul. Alright. 2011 to 2018 From Software. And the game begins again.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world. This is your fate.
Is it? And the story begins again. the dungeon cell key. And you'd have to hold on to Gwyn's soul till you reach Anne Orlando a second time to be able to make use of it. But yeah, the story begins again. We're a little better armed this time. Yep. And I'm just curious at this point. 18 Estus Flask shots left. I'm just curious if we can take the Stray Demon here first time through. Oh, you can't even level yet. Let's see. Alright. Yep, that hits pretty hard. Yeah. Hey, we got the Great Hammer. How's the payout looking on him? 10k, not bad. Demon's Great Hammer is actually kind of interesting. It is one of those straight strength builds, 46, so we actually are just close enough we can't. But we can wield Hovels, which is, what, 381. Demon's Great Hammer is less negative damage. Alright. Oh, and as far as key items... Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Tower Kite Shield, because we did choose the night starting. Plus, it'll be kind of funny to use this. The giant dragon's tooth. Alright. Oh, that's still so funny. It's so slow, though. It really is. But yeah. Like I said, my weapon of choice, my first playthrough, was that Great Axe, because that's just unfair how much damage that does. Yep. Alright. So you have to talk to him.
Oh, I'll die. I wish you...
Yep.
Regrettably, but that night when that... Oh.
There it goes. Now he gives it.
I would...
So, if you kill it right off, he gets you the key. Okay, well that's kind of neat. And you can't level until you hit Anne Orlando. Not Anne Orlando. Until you hit Lordran. So... Yep. So yeah. You would take fall damage if you ran down there. Okay, but it's kind of cool that if you kill the demon right off, the knight is the one who gives you the big pilgrim key. Just to ensure that you do at least the 2 scripted points. That's kind of a nice little trick. I'd never actually killed the demon the first time off. But let's see. Alright. Let's say I'm pretty sure you can't fall down this early, so it's not until your second visit. And yeah. There's also, don't know if we can do it early, Snuggly. Where you at? Oh, is Snuggly busted? Nothing? Really? Maybe it's only when you come back. Okay. Yep, and we get pulled back to Lordran. Yep. So... level up. Might as well get up to the 50 strength. Might as well. Or work towards that. But yeah. Humanity. And yeah. Second playthrough, you have far more options. Especially if you are wise with what you did. Because I have the Great Sword of Artorias, also note, statue of the Holy Mother on a branch here in the... So this was a former temple. So yeah, second playthrough, you have, far more options depending on how you did things. Because no necromancer can res these, because I have this. Alright. And yeah, cripples them from the start. Nope. I find second and successive playthroughs not very necessary in these games. Just because, if I'm perfectly honest, like, you see how I'm chopping through these guys. I know bosses are made that much more HP, get more HP, take less damage, and do more damage. That just feels like a cheap way to make things harder to me. Like, there's almost no differences between the actual playthrough. If enemies were mixed up and moved, or... that I would find more impressive. But no, all the enemies are in the exact same position, so if you've honestly remember where they are, well, it doesn't matter how much damage they do or take if you already know where they are. Because half the enemies in the game are pretty much looking to just take advantage. Like here, there's a necromancer, but again, I I have Artorias' greatsword. I don't give a damn. This is a holy blessed weapon. Yeah. Yep. And the bonfire. Yeah. Yep. So with him gone, yeah, no, and it's just like we could continue on and just push through. And yeah, it just is one of those things of I don't find it that interesting to do the same thing, but enemies hit slightly harder, and hit slightly harder, and hit slightly harder. Where it just becomes, well, you just need to get hit. I don't know, that doesn't seem that interesting. If things truly changed, like enemies truly switched up or they got added additional enemies, that I think I would be more interested. Yeah, like... And as far as things go, the necromancers down here using a form of pyromancy makes sense, which is why pyromancers get the bad rap. Because pyromancy is a type of magic with a lot of potential, but is considered more of a backwater art. Yeah. And yeah. The reason being, you have to kind of carry the flame. You can't just use any kind of magic for it. But yeah. That and the other major lesson that you learn is just that, you know, the early game is nothing to fear. Yep. Like I said, I normally do a mix of ranged and magic, and so for me, this was my first time beating the game with just pure melee. So, but yeah, this is nice, but overall, definitely not what I'm after. Yeah, pretty simple. And yeah, any enemy not killed by my sword gets back out. And this is actually the first place you'll find Patches. And yes, he's going to do exactly what you think he is. He drops you down a cliff. Yeah. I mean, the payout's nice. Like, as far as souls go, you do get a nice increase in the payout. And yeah, it is entirely possible to get a +5 on Estus Flask well before. So, there we go. Yeah. I forget what the max for it is. +5, I think? Yeah. But yeah. I don't know, just getting our way through. Alright. And that just brings you back around. Just because. I'm not gonna do a full second playthrough, just to be clear. I'm just messing around right now. Nah, of course they do.